Thank you.
You ready to go on
Appreciate
this?
your patience with us on this new format here. All right, we'd like to call to order this meeting of the Provo Municipal Council work session. Today is Tuesday, May 4th, 2021. Time is 12:07 p.m. This meeting will be conducted as a hybrid meeting with some in-person components as well as continued virtual meeting access. The meeting will be available to the public for live broadcast and on-demand viewing on YouTube and Facebook at youtube.com/Provo City Council and facebook.com/Provo Council. As this meeting is being broadcast live on the web, I remind participants to mute your microphone when not speaking so as to minimize the potential for background noises and conversations to be picked up, recorded, and broadcast for all to hear. As Mr. Strachan noted, we'd like to excuse George Hanley for a few more minutes. He'll be joining us shortly. And let's see if everyone else is here. 1, 2, and Councilor Shannon Ellsworth will be joining us shortly as well. Today, well, let's see. I guess we'll need to call an audible on the opening prayer then. Mr. Shipley, if you would, please.
Our Father in heaven, we thank thee for an opportunity to gather, to meet, to discuss. We ask a blessing upon all of us that participate, all those that have prepared to present, that we can understand each other, that we can ask the questions that need to be asked, that we can give people the benefit of the doubt, that we can keep the welfare of the Provo citizens and the people here in our community top of mind, and keep their interests at heart throughout this meeting. We thank thee for thy help in guidance, and we thank thee for the progress that society's made with the pandemic. Please bless those in areas of the world that are still fighting very hard to reduce spread and reduce instances of COVID. Specifically help those in India to make progress and to get support from the rest of the world that they need. We thank thee for all that thou hast blessed us with, and say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Mr. Shipley. Although this is a public meeting, only the presenters and those invited by the council may speak or ask questions unless otherwise invited by the chair. Please use the raise hand to indicate that you would like to speak, and please wait to speak until called upon by the council chair. Before we go on to our normal business, I would like to note that Cliff Strachan, the council executive director, celebrated 5 years with Provo City last week, and we would like to congratulate him on this milestone and present him with a certificate and gift from the city in recognition of his work.
Very nice. Thank you.
See, do we, I'm not sure how we want to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, council and mayor, and really appreciate that. This is 5 years and going into my 6th budget, so I'm looking forward to more time here and giving you my best.
Well, Cliff has done a terrific job for us, and we really appreciate all you've accomplished during those years and hope to have many more.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our first item of business is approval of minutes. It's proposed that we approve the following minutes from the September 15th, 2020 work meeting and the October 27th, 2020 Transportation Retreat. Are there any objections or requested changes? Seeing none, we'll declare those approved by unanimous consent. Our next item of business is a presentation regarding the quarterly report for the second quarter of fiscal 2021. And this item is to be presented by John Borgett, our Administrative Services Director.
Thank you, Chair Sewell, and it's a pleasure for me to present this quarterly report to the Municipal Council and to the public. I just want to mention that the quarterly report just provides a high-level overview of where the city sits at the end of the quarter, primarily focused on revenues, but we have some operational data as well. And so I'm going to just kind of briefly go through. I will also, this is as of the second quarter, which ends on December 31st. There are a few significant revenues that I've done a little bit more research on, and we'll try to give you an update on those a little bit more recently than December 31st. But as a general rule, this represents halfway through the fiscal year 21. And so as you look at the graphs and the information, that this is kind of a halfway point update. Right now, John, I believe you're showing the airport operating revenues, and if you could go to page 2 in the budget document, this is well into the report here that's showing on the screen that I'm seeing.
John, this is the only thing that's showing up in that you sent me.
That's the only page. Is that the only page that's in it?
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, here, maybe. Yeah. That is the only page that is showing.
Yeah, because that is not what we want. I can walk through the report. It'd be very helpful to, I don't know what we want to do. I can walk through without you seeing it.
Do you have it on your computer?
Yeah, let me see if I can pull it up here. Just give me 1 second here and I should be able to pull it up. Just 1 second. Just a second. Sorry about this. Okay, let's go exit full screen. Okay. Okay, so now let me see if I can share this. Second here. Okay. So there should just be a share. You give me the ability to share. Let's see.
Yeah, Elizabeth will have to promote you.
Okay, so,
You should be able to share, John.
okay. Can you see that now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so let me go to this screen right here. And this just kind of get, those numbers too small? Or can you see them?
I can see them.
Okay. And so as you look at these are the revenues for the general fund. And you can see that right now through the end of December, we are at 61%, which as I mentioned before, so we're ahead of, we're stronger than the, what we expected to be according to the budget. We would normally be approximately 50%, but that's just as a high level, you can see that we're trending up. You can also see that our transfers in are at roughly 58%, which is also above the budget. And we're going to go through and talk about specific revenues and why they're trending to where they are. But that just kind of gives you a high level overview to see kind of where we are with the revenues and transfers for the general fund. If we go to the next slide, this shows total revenues for the general fund. You can see with the blue bar here that we are above the prior year, which is the green line there on the left, and this is up for the second quarter. And we're also above the budget. So we are trending, just like the other graph showed, well above where we expect to be in the second quarter based on this fiscal year. You can also see transfers in down below, which, by the way, transfers in are primarily from our utility funds. We transfer 11%, 10% to the general fund and 1% to our roads fund. And so you can see that we're trending above there too. The next slide shows sales tax, and you can see that sales tax, we are trending above the budget as well as the prior year. I would mention that we have received our allocation or our distribution from the state up through for the period ending in February. So we've received 8 months, 2 additional months beyond this. And right now for the fiscal year, we are 9.83% above the prior year. So almost 10% above. And I would just mention that the state as a whole is a similar trend. And so we continue to see strong, I would say robust sales tax numbers coming in. And I see this attributable to 2 things. Number one, the state as a whole, the economy is just booming. I mean, things are going strong state as a whole. And also, as we look at our online sales and tax collected there, we're seeing strong trends there as well. So that's positive. You can also see that our recreation, arts, and parks tax, which is basically the option that we took with our residents, which is roughly 0.1%, trending very similar, which we would expect because that's a factor of point of sale sales tax in Provo for online as well as retail establishments, above the budget and also well above the prior year. We go to the next chart. This is our developmental services, primarily our building permits and inspections and things related to our development services department. You can see that strong trends. We have had a significant amount of development that's occurred in this past year, both commercial and had significant amount from retail, from residential as well, above the prior year, also above the budget, trending strong. Our parks and recreation fees down here at the bottom, which includes our rec center and all of our parks and rec fees, we are below the prior year and slightly below, we're below the budget, but I would mention that things have been trending very positively. Scott Henderson, our director this morning, reported to the directors that April, which we just concluded, was the strongest and best month that the rec center's ever had. And so we are returning back to normal, and we may likely by the end of June reach this numbers and reach our prior year and our budgeted numbers. So that's trending up, even though at the end of December we were down. We look at franchise fees, and our franchise fees primarily come from our own utilities. There's a 6% franchise fee, but we also have any other entities such as Dominion Energy and waste haulers that are independent that are providing business in Provo. We also collect a franchise fee, but once again, above the prior year, above the budget. The Justice Court, we are significantly down from the prior year and also from the budget, and that relates to restrictions, COVID restrictions that we received from the state court's office. We're required to meet and follow those guidelines, and they provide those on a regular basis. I would mention that just a week and a half ago, we did receive some guidance that we can now issue warrants. So that's another step in the right direction, and so that will help this number some. We also hope to receive additional guidance and give the ability to get back to full operations as far as jury trials, and also being able to enforce better, requiring people to show up for hearings and to be able to go through the process of making sure that they're following the law and that we're able to enforce it. So we're watching that closely, very closely and tuned to it, but just be aware that trend is continuing. One second here. This just kind of gives us a view of the overall revenues and expenses for the general fund, similar to what we looked at before. This same 61% is just kind of where we're trending so far through 6 months. You can also see down with our expenditures that we're actually at 44%. So we're below 50% on our expenditures and above 50% on our revenues, which is positive. And I think it's good information. Sometimes our expenditures can come through a little lumpy, but overall, I would just say that that's a positive trend and something to be looking at and shown as a good sign. These are our general fund appropriations that the municipal council has approved through the end of December. There are 4 of them, and I think we've talked about those, but the first one had to do with an element in the budget there was a position in the cemetery that hadn't been budgeted properly for in the budget, and so we came back and the council approved that. There was an urban deer control program that was included, that was listed there, and we talked about making sure that that was included in this budget that we're going to be presenting tonight. There's also some wildland mitigation that provides the ability for our fire department to work with wildland mitigation. And then there was a transfer to the golf fund, which was a result of our audit, and they requested that our fund balance was lower than it should be, and that we recommended the transfer, and so that's what that is. So total of $432,772 that have been appropriated out of general fund balance for the first 6 months. This next slide just kind of shows where our library is tracking, and you can see that we're right on budget, and actually up pretty significantly from the prior year. And so as COVID has been, the impacts of that have lessened, we're seeing some positive impacts at the library, and we are running right according to our budgeted numbers through the end of December. Golf course, we are up from the prior year, but down from the budget. And a lot of that had to do with the fact that last summer and early fall, we were getting things ready to go so that we could have our grand opening and kind of introduce the Timpanogos Golf Club to the world and start our new operations, which we're really excited about. I'm sure we talked about earlier in October and November, as we were open fully, things were going great. And we actually had one of the best Novembers we've ever had, which is a tough month typically with a cold. we don't see a lot of golfers, but even though there were cold days, we still had pretty heavy participation. And I would just say this spring, early spring, and as we head into our peak season, we are seeing huge activity out there, and we are hopeful that we'll narrow this gap and hopefully maybe even become very close to the budget by the end of June. And so that's kind of why we're tracking a little bit behind right now, but making progress, and we feel good about how things are operating over at the golf course. The water fund, as most of you are aware, we had a very dry summer and a dry fall last year, and that results in people watering their lawns more and commercial operations using their watering more. And so our overall water revenues were up, and they are up above the prior year, as well above the budget, and it's primarily related to that seasonality and those dry temperatures. Unfortunately, we may see some more of that. We like to see the revenues in our water fund, but we'd love to get more rainfall, even more. Our wastewater utility, you can see that we are just slightly above the budget. You can see that we're up fairly significantly over the prior year. In this year, we had a 25% rate increase, and so that's one of the reasons why you see the significant increase over the prior year, but yet we're pretty much right where we expect to be, maybe just slightly above the budget. Energy, looking pretty similar to last year, and we are over the budget, and some of that was likely related to the hot summer that we had last year, and our July and August and September revenues as a result of the heat and the usage by the users in the city. The airport, you see we are slightly above the budget, but below the prior year, and much of that has to do with COVID and just the number of flights and operations out of the airport. We hope as we get back to normalcy that we can get back closer to where we were the prior year. I think we're optimistic about that. Sanitation, pretty much business as usual, pretty flat, pretty much where we expect to be this year. Storm drain, the same. We're just trending right at budget, pretty close to the prior year, so nothing significant different there. And then our transportation utility fund, we're pretty much equal to the prior year, slightly below the budget, but don't see that as a big issue, and it should equal out by the time we get to the end of the year. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. I apologize for the delay and somehow getting the information to John that was not complete, but any questions for me?
All right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Forget.
Thank you.
Move on to item number 2, which is an appropriation of approximately $112,000 in the ice sheet fund for turf replacement. And this item will be presented by Scott Henderson, our Parks and Recreation Director.
Thank you, Council. I'll start out and then I'll turn it over to our arena management to finish. So this is talking about replacement of the turf field at the Peaks Ice Arena, probably one of our most successful decisions in turning this facility into a successful operation for Provo City. On the next slide, I'll just go over some of the unique background to the ice arena and its successful operation. We just don't present on the ice arena individually very often, and that's probably a good thing because things are going quite well over there. It was built in 1998 for the 2002 Olympics. It's co-owned by Provo City and Utah County. It is still the only ice arena in Utah County. Unique about this Olympic venue, it was not part of the Olympic Foundation. which supports the bobsled run and Soldiers Hollow and some of those other ones. So we have been independent in our operation since the Olympics, and we had a dual government operation until 2018, and now Provo City is the sole operator. But along this time, through operational success, the building has been able to replace a lot of the systems, like the roofing system and the compressor system that obviously supports the ice through its own fund balance. And that's another example of what we'll have today in replacing this amenity. It is just another example of the model of high use equals self-sustainability. And this facility matches that model also. We've had people come as far away as South Korea to come look at this ice arena. And Fraser Bullock, who is leading up our Olympic effort for looking at the 2030 or 2034, calls this one of the best examples of a transition of an Olympic facility from day-to-day use or from an Olympic use to a day-to-day use. So we're excited about that. So to go into more specifics on the replacement of this turf and its impact on our operation, I'll turn it over to the world's greatest ice arena manager, Foster Watabi. Is Foster muted?
All right, appreciate it. Can you guys hear me now?
You're a little quiet.
Sorry about that. How about now? You hear me better?
That's better.
All right. Yeah, like Scott was saying, we've had quite the ability to transition from just being built for the Olympics to have good day-to-day use. Our traffic throughout the building and in the busy times of the seasons is pretty phenomenal. On the next slide that we have, we go into talking a little bit about our turf field. So we are a year-round training facility. We offer soccer, lacrosse, football, baseball, many others. BYU Frisbee plays here. That turf field alone generates close to $200,000 in annual revenue. There are club teams, Premier Club Soccer, Advantage Lacrosse, the BYU Frisbee Club practices here, Lone Peak Lacrosse, along with many others. Storm, the Rangers Soccer, Timpview, and Provo High School all have utilized this turf field. In addition to the groups that come in, we have private reservations that happen on there. It really allows us to bring something unique. We are the only public indoor turf field that you can find in the city of Provo. The field is about 200 feet by 80 feet, and it was installed over 10 years ago. And with that, just through the course of time, the upkeep of it has been, the maintenance on it has been great. However, just some things will start to deteriorate. The beads are beginning to harden, and then the seams where the two pieces are coming together, they're beginning to separate, causing somewhat of a potential for a hazardous situation for those that are playing on the field. So the turf does allow us to diversify in our programming, and the revenue generated from it is critical. It's important to the efficient and successful operation of the arena. Our fund balance, which has in part been due to the past success, has been fueled primarily a lot by the field. And then we're hoping to come to that same fund balance again for the appropriation of this replacement. So back when we were thinking that we could use some of the CARES Act money, we put it out to bid and had some RFPs returned. And these are the numbers that came back from that RFP process. The most economical being the $112,000 from Backyard Greens. And that's our request is to hopefully get somewhere close to that so that we can look at replacing this turf field.
Any questions from the council? We'll be bringing this item back to the May 18th council meeting.
Mr. Fillmore?
Yes, I always double clutch when I see us taking the lowest bid because I wonder if the quality is comparable. You folks at Parks and Rec have always been very thorough in this regard. You just assure us that despite $21,000 gap between the lowest and the next to lowest, that the quality will be comparable?
I know Foster spent a lot of time verifying the bids, making sure the quality, getting the turf that we are going to receive for this bid. And I think in this instance, it is the low bid, but I think it's a really good bid. Do you have anything to add to that, Foster?
Yeah, I know some of the people from Backyard Greens, and they feel that in the space of artificial turf, that this is their quote unquote backyard, is Provo City and the regions around it. And for them, they take it a little bit more personally when somebody comes in and is able to do work in their own area. And so they said that they would do whatever it takes. In addition to their bid, they would not only remove, and all of that was put into bid as well, was the removal of the current turf. And Backyard Greens is going to work with, I think it's Timview or Timpanogos High School. One of the two wanted to use that additional turf, and so they would actually take it out, and we would be credited on the amount of the removal. So there was a little bit of savings there.
Do you mean the high school is actually going to use the old turf?
They were talking about using it in areas, correct?
Well, thank you.
Mr. Harding?
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm. So when the roof was replaced and when some of the, I think it was the chiller system, or when those building systems were replaced previously, that came out of the ice rink or ice sheet fund balance. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, if there aren't any further questions, then we'll have this item back tonight. Thank you very much, Mr. Henderson.
Thank you. And it'll be back in 2 weeks, I think.
Oh, 2 weeks. Thank you. All right, let's move on to item number 3, which is a presentation regarding the different types of fund accounts the city uses to pay for projects, services, debt, and other functions required of the city. And this is to be presented by David Mortensen, our budget officer.
Thank you, Chair Sewell. So yeah, we thought that it would be good to just do a brief overview of fund accounting. We're not going to get too detailed, but kind of a high-level review of our different fund types, what they're used for, kind of why things are separated out into different funds. Let's see if I can. So John, it's not letting me click through the slides. Can you just advance it for me? Thanks. So first of all, the definition of a fund and why we have different funds. A fund is defined as a fiscal and accounting entity with a self-balancing set of accounts, which are segregated for the purpose of carrying on specific activities or attaining certain objectives in accordance with special regulations, restrictions, or limitations. So as opposed to general private business, where they focus on one particular area, whether it's manufacturing or retail, they really do one thing, where as a city, we do multiple things. And those multiple things are so different that they need to be handled, the accounting of them needs to be handled in different ways. And that's really the need for separate funds within government. And as that definition stated, each fund has its own set of self-balancing accounts. So in our year-end financial statements, you'll see separate statements for each of these accounts. Sometimes they're combined. All the major funds would be shown on a statement, but there would be separate columns for each fund, so that you can see the individual numbers that go into the total. So shown here, we have two major fund types. The first is governmental funds. The second is proprietary funds. So governmental funds include our general fund, special revenue funds, debt service funds, and capital project funds. And we'll go into some more detail on each of those here in a second. And then proprietary funds include our enterprise funds and our internal service funds. So first, the governmental fund types. The general fund, as many of you are aware, is the primary fund of the city. It's the one that we discuss the most when we're talking about budget. It's probably the one that gets the most scrutiny from the public and from others as they look at our budget and our financial reports. So this fund is used to account for all financial resources that are not accounted for in any other fund. So it's kind of the catch-all for things that don't land somewhere else. Another governmental fund type is a special revenue fund. So special revenues are used by the city to account for revenues that are derived from specific taxes, licenses, and intergovernmental grants, which are designated to finance particular functions or activities of the city. So these are, if they weren't restricted by some type of an ordinance or grant language, then they could probably be general fund type activities. But because there's some type of a restriction put in place, usually by the state or by a grant administrator, they become special revenue funds, and we need to account for them separately so that we can report for them separately. Another governmental type is debt service funds. So these are used to account for the accumulation of all the resources for payment of general obligation bonds and for the accumulation of special assessments for the payment of special improvement bonds. So these are for all of the governmental type bonds that we receive or long-term debt. What isn't included would be debt service for the utilities, which would be covered within their own enterprise funds. And we'll talk a little bit more about enterprise funds here in a second. Councilmember Harding, you have a question?
Yeah, so I'm trying to wrap my head around a debt service fund. So, say we have a general obligation bond, we make payment on that monthly, yearly.
Yes, typically there's two payments, like in May, one and one in November.
Okay.
Sometimes they're structured a little bit differently, but I think that's a typical repayment structure is two biannual payments for the length of the loan.
And so a debt service fund is an account that we can put money into to build up so that we can make those semi-annual payments.
Correct.
Okay,
Yep.
Thank you.
And then the last type of governmental fund types is the capital projects funds, which are used to account for resources designated to construct governmental capital assets, which may require more than one fiscal year for completion. So again, this does not include any utility infrastructure, water, wastewater, any of those. It's all just governmental assets, such as the new City Hall public safety building that's being built would fall under this category. Councilmember Fillmore.
Thank you. I'm curious, what is our system or strategy for earning money on these funds while the funds are sitting idle?
Yeah, so all of the city's funds, regardless of which fund type they're in, are invested in a couple of different places, but primarily within the Utah Public Treasurer's Investment Fund. So that's an investment fund that's managed by the state treasurer, and they diversify it and manage it all for us and provide us with monthly statements that say this is how much interest you've earned in this month. And so it's really nice for us that they can kind of take that and manage the actual investing for us, and we just monitor it. We do have some smaller amounts that are invested in other organizations, investment groups, but the vast majority is through the state investment pool.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful to know.
Yep.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, what kind of return do we typically get from the state treasurer's fund?
Lately, not that great. I think right now our rate is about 0.5% that we're getting back. But between the Great Recession and before the pandemic hit, saw some really good increases, and we got up to about 2.5%. But because of the pandemic and economic uncertainty and some of those issues, it's dropped significantly in the last year or so to about 0.5%.
Well, even 0.5% beats zilch, right?
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, and we also I'll mention, as far as investments, we're required to follow the Money Management Council guidelines with all of our investments. So we make sure, foremost importance is the security of the funds. We're not investing in any risky or hedge funds or things that we could lose money on. So the funds are kept secure. That's one of the highest priorities. And then rate of return is great, but it's definitely not our highest priority when it comes to taxpayer money. We just want to make sure it's kept safe, and whatever interest we can get on it to help supplement what we're doing in the city, that's just a bonus. So
Thanks.
yep. So that's all the governmental fund descriptions. And then we have the proprietary fund types. So these are enterprise funds or utility funds. So these enterprise funds are used to account for operations that are financed and operated in a manner similar to private business enterprises. So the same type of accounting you would expect to see for a retailer or a manufacturer or anyone in the private sector, really. So the intent with these funds is that the cost of providing goods or services on a continuing basis is matched with our user fees or charges. And those are all kept separate in each individual fund so that we can, as best as possible, match up those fees with expenditures. The existing enterprise funds account for construction, operation, maintenance, related debt, like I mentioned, and property, plant, and equipment within each of the individual funds. So an example of our enterprise funds are the airport, energy, water, wastewater are some examples of our enterprise funds. The other proprietary type of fund is an internal service fund. So internal service funds are used to account for the financing of services provided by one department to another department within the city. The city maintains internal service funds for employee benefits, insurance and claims, our fleet management, telecom, our customer service department, computer replacement, and our facility maintenance are all considered internal service funds because they're serving the various other funds, including the general fund and the various utility funds. So here's just sorry, we can go back one. There we go. So this is just showing our governmental funds. So you can see there the general fund and the various different departments that fall under the general fund, such as the council, the mayor's office, administrative services, community and neighborhood services, development services. General services doesn't have any personnel in it, but that's just an area where we pay for things like general fund capital improvements or capital maintenance, innovation funds, mayor's recognition funds. The general funds portion of fleet vehicle replacement funds is found in the general services division, things like that. Of course, the fire, police, parks and recreation, and engineering and streets are also in the general fund. And then our special revenue funds include the justice court, emergency response, the library, the Covey Center, and the RDA are all considered special revenue, which again is the funds we receive for those are restricted to be used for those specific purposes. Capital projects funds, they're not listed on this slide, but some examples of our capital projects funds. We have our general capital projects fund. We have roads capital project funds, one for BNC and one is an engineering capital project fund. We have a parks and recreation capital project fund. And then we have our newly created legacy capital projects fund for those legacy projects that are being identified with budget savings that we received because of the CARES Act. And then debt service, what we've talked about. We do have a couple of different debt service funds. One is specifically for our ERP or our software that we use to collect all of the money to pay for Provo 360 and make those debt payments. And then the other one is just our general debt service for all other general fund debt. See if we can go to the next slide. And then our proprietary funds, as I mentioned some of these already, our enterprise funds include airport, energy, sanitation, wastewater, water, and then the golf course is actually an enterprise fund, and our storm drain account or storm drain fund is an enterprise fund. And then our internal service funds include employee benefits, insurance and claims, fleet management, telecom, customer service, computer replacement, and facility maintenance. So this page, one of the reasons, and I'm not going to read this entire page or really get into a lot of the details, but I wanted to include it on the slides so that you can review it and ask questions if you have some. But The biggest reason why these funds need to be separated, one is for budgeting purposes so that we can budget separately for each of these various different programs or departments. But another big reason is just the measurement focus and the basis of accounting. Enterprise funds, the accounting for enterprise funds is much like you would see in the private sector. It uses the accrual basis of accounting. So when something happens, you pretty much recognize it when it happens. When you incur a liability, you recognize the expense for that liability, regardless of when the liability is going to be paid back. You recognize a revenue as soon as it's earned, regardless of when you're going to receive that revenue. In contrast to that, the governmental funds accounting is slightly different. There's a modified accrual basis put in place for governmental funds, where we'll use revenue for an example. If we can measure and we anticipate receiving property tax revenues of $5 million, we can only recognize the revenue of what we expect to receive within the current year or 60 days after the year ends. So it's a little bit different, where the full accrual method, we would accrue all of it. We would recognize all of the revenue, but modified accrual, we might not be able to recognize all of that revenue if we don't collect it within 60 days of the period ending. So like I said, I won't get into a whole lot of detail, but this gives just a general description of the different bases of accounting and why we have the different fund types that we do. And with that, I will take any questions that you might have.
Any questions for Mr. Mortensen? Mr. Shipley?
Yeah, can you help us understand why the golf course would be a separate fund, and why, what the process would be of taking something like the rec center, for example, and making it its own general, its own fund? I guess I just wonder what the rationale is for the golf course specifically versus other entities that are similar.
Yeah, I mean, I think theoretically you could make an enterprise fund out of the rec center if you wanted to. The golf course, not knowing the history of the golf course and when the fund was set up, I can't tell you details of what the thinking was behind that one. But in general, you would create an enterprise fund when an entity or when a department like the golf course charges the fees necessary to pay all of their expenses. And where the fees that are collected, we would only expect to use them for that purpose and not for any general fund purposes. Does that help answer your question at all? It's kind of preference of the administration as far as how many enterprise funds you're going to have and what they're for. I think would require, if we wanted to create new enterprise funds, would require some analysis and maybe some consulting from outside groups to determine whether it makes sense or not. So,
Mr. Borgett?
Yeah, I was just going to add, and I think David's done a good job, but one of the major differences with the rec center versus the golf course is that there's general obligation debt that's associated with the rec center, and that money is collected through property taxes throughout the city, or residents and commercial establishments. The other thing that's critical on enterprise funds is typically if you set up a fund as an enterprise fund, you're expecting it to cover its costs, and the end goal is for the revenues to cover the expenses, and so that's why it's treated more like a business, so that you can actually evaluate it. With the rec center, I don't think there was ever an intent for the rec center to cover the costs of the bond. That was going to be covered through revenues that are collected from the property tax. So I would just add that. But other than that, I thought David did a good job, but I thought I'd just add that additional clarification.
Yeah, thanks, John. I appreciate that. So speaking of the debt, so enterprise funds, another big difference between enterprise funds and the governmental funds is bonds for the general fund can be based off of sales tax or property tax. They can be general obligation, but enterprise fund debt has to be based on revenues of the enterprise. So you can't collect taxes in order to pay off those bonds. It has to be user fees. And so when you're going out to get those bonds or issue those bonds, you have to make sure that your user fees are sufficient enough to be able to pay that debt service. So.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Mortensen? All right, thank you very much. That was a very helpful explanation.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to item number 4, which is a discussion regarding proposed changes to the Council Handbook and the council rules contained therein. And this item is to be presented by Cliff Strachan, our Council Executive Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These items arise from different activities that have been happening with council discussions and changes over the last several months, and a couple of proposed new ones. I'm going to pull up a slide here in just a moment and share my screen. All right, so basically there are 4 requested proposed amendments. The first one is to require the request of 2 council members instead of 1 to continue an item to the next regularly scheduled meeting. The second one is to adjust the change relationship between the council and the city attorney. The third is to enable the funding of other professional services using monies budgeted for the retention of separate legal counsel. That just introduces a little more flexibility there. And then the fourth one is to update the council office hiring process consistent with recent changes to the executive director's duties. So I'm going to go and do these in reverse order. And then we'll give Dave Sewell an opportunity to talk about the very first one. But the council office hiring process basically just put the hiring, firing, and all the supervisory functions of the rest of the staff within the parameters of the executive director. You've already put it in city code. These changes just makes it consistent with that effort. The next 2 are a little bit related. Right now, the council has an allowance for legal services. Sorry, I'm just trying to remove something from my screen because it's distracting. So what this would do is if I slide up, I don't have it in here. Basically, the current language provides some rules by which the council can use separate legal services. Basically, the 3 rules are the council can use up to $2,000 each for a question to be referred. The third one, the second one escapes me at the moment, but the third one basically allows you to appropriate any funds for it. So what other professional services would allow you to do is to actually use those funds for something you're already allowed to do, but instead of doing a separate appropriation for other professional services, you'd be able to draw from the allowance that's set aside. The council sets aside a minimum of $15,000 for that issue of other requests, and by policy, up to another $15,000 for a total of $30,000 can sit in that allowance available for other things. And so this change here would allow the council, if it wanted to do something like get some other professional opinion, maybe maybe bring a consultant in and look at a land use issue or something that you didn't want to use staff for, or a consultant on some issue like sustainability or whatever, you could do that. And this change would just allow you to use the funds that you've already appropriated, not be required to do an additional one. What this wouldn't let you do is any one counselor to say, I want to use $2,000 for this question. You would need to do it by a council motion to do that. The next one relates to the changes with the council attorney. We just wanted to make it consistent or make it fit with what we are now doing. That instead of a deputy city attorney assigned to the council, what you have decided as a council is that you want the city attorney to do it. Now, there will be times where he has a designee working with you, and we'll do that. This language just cleans that up. And then as far as confidentiality, this just updates the language to fit the new situation, and it pulls in from the executive director from the actual city code to provide that measure of confidentiality. In other words, the firewall that we've had between the city or the council attorney and the rest of the attorneys with respect to council decisions, that will be maintained, but it will be in the person of the city attorney. And if not able to do that, then he'll designate someone else. And then the fourth one is the issue that Chair Sewell had raised, and I'm going to turn time over to you, Chair Sewell, to talk about this one.
Thank you, Mr. Strachan. So some years ago, Councilor Harding and I were serving on a council committee called the Development Approval Process Review Committee, or DAPR for short. One of the things that came out of that committee to sort of improve the speed at which development items could be heard was to allow items coming from the Planning Commission under certain circumstances to be heard 2 weeks earlier or one meeting earlier than they were before. And as a kind of a counterbalance to that, we recommended and adopted this rule where if it was a non-routine or controversial item, that all it would take is one council member to request that there be a second public hearing for the item. And that has worked pretty well, but I've noticed on several occasions, and was reminded of this recently by a question that Mr. Hoban posed, who often asks thoughtful questions. And when I had asked for a continuance of an item that didn't seem like it was routine, he asked what we were hoping to accomplish by continuing it to the next meeting. And as I thought about it later, I didn't really have a purpose in mind, or didn't think that really it needed another hearing. And I was only asking for it just sort of as a matter of tradition, because the item wasn't routine. And so as I thought about that, there's a lot of people who invest a lot of time in our meetings. We have elected officials, we have members of the administration and council staff, we have developers, we have neighborhood chairs, we have residents. And it just occurred to me that we should probably at least have a good reason or something that we're hoping to accomplish by requesting the second hearing. And so what's being proposed here is that instead of one council member being required to have the second hearing, that we would require that there be two that concur with having the second hearing. I don't think that'll change how we operate very much, because most of the time I think the person asking for the second hearing has a reason, and it's usually good enough that there would likely be a second council member that would be happy to support the request. But when we do occasionally run into these situations where the only reason we're asking for it is just sort of as a matter of tradition, or just feeling like the item wasn't a routine item, then this would require that there be at least two council members that feel like there's something to be gained by having the second hearing. So that's the basic explanation on the proposal for that one.
Okay. The proposed, there isn't a specific motion proposed, but what I would recommend is a motion to adopt the four topics or the four changes to the handbook. And with that, I turn the time back to the chair for any discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Strachan. Do we have any questions or comments? Mr. Harding?
Yeah, thank you. I support all of these proposed changes. And we'll be voting for them. If I may, Chair Sewell, I just wanted to share a little perspective on the first item.
Thank you.
If I recall correctly, we were moving the process between the Planning Commission and the hearing by the council, I believe, was between 6 and 8 weeks generally. And we were moving that, and maybe it was 5 to 7. Anyway, it was quite some time, and we were dropping it down to between 2 and 3, or 2 and 4, depending on if things got reported on time. And so far, it seems like every time it's been reported on time. So we've dropped that down to 2 weeks. And there was some concern that residents were used to kind of that time frame between the Planning Commission and the council meeting, so they could respond to it. They could see what the Planning Commission was recommending and respond to that. So if I remember right, we had talked about doing a second hearing, which is standard practice. Actually, I think it's 3 hearings in the state, but it's standard practice to have multiple hearings on items. And so we were talking about offsetting it by offsetting a little bit of that time reduction by requiring 2 hearings for every item. And I believe it was Mr. Jones, but it may have been someone else commented, what if there was something that was just so routine and so non-controversial that it's just an absolute waste of time to have a second hearing on it? And so I think that's where the practice came, and where we said, okay, well, if something is so routine and so non-controversial that not a single council member would object to passing it on the first hearing, and then we could go ahead and do that. So I think that was the logic behind it. But like I said, I support this. I think that there are times where something isn't completely routine, completely, that it makes sense just to pass it on the first time. I think, like you said, I totally agree that if you can't get a second counselor feeling like it should be continued, it makes sense just to pass it on that first time. But I do want to get on the record and kind of keep that institutional knowledge rolling forward, because I think, like I had a conversation with our development services, and we had continued something 2 weeks, and I asked, were the applicant taken off guard by having us continue that 2 weeks? Were they upset by that? And he said, we let them know at the very beginning, it's a high probability that they're going to have to come before the council twice. And so that the expectation is now to have those 2 hearings. And so when we do continue it, it's not surprise, it's not unaccounted for. I would just hate to get to the point where there's expectations that things will get passed on that first meeting. And so, I support this, but I just wanted to fill in that context.
Thank you, Mr. Harding. That was a really good historical context of how that came about. If I could just add one note to that, I think you and I were the only ones that really remembered the original intent, the way you just described it. And as we were considering this, I was actually surprised when I went in to read the current wording of the rule that that's actually not captured in there. The part about non-routine or controversial, all it says is if one council member desires to continue the item, that it would be continued. So I thought that was interesting that intent was sort of already lost to some extent in the transcription. So discussion on any of the other items. Mr. Harding.
I just wanted to respond with that, just since it is a work meeting, maybe a little bit more free flow of ideas. But I would say that is, I don't know if it's best to call it stylistic, but that is a consideration when writing laws. Do we only, or in this and in this case, I guess it's just our handbook regulations. Do we only write what the procedure is, or should we try to capture some of the rationale behind it? And I think in this case, all that was captured was the procedure, what we agreed upon, but did not capture any of the rationale behind that. And I don't think there's necessarily a right or a wrong, but perhaps that's a question the council wants to look at and say, well, maybe we should be capturing a little bit more of the rationale behind it, or maybe it's best just to leave the procedure and let future groups figure out what the rationale might have been and when they want to change it. So
Thank you. Mr. Shipley.
I was just going to, if we're looking for a motion, move that we approve this change to the rule book or the handbook.
Thank you. So that would include all four of the items, I assume. All right, we have a motion by Mr. Shipley. Is there a second? Let's see, I've got
This is Travis. I'll second it.
Mr. Harding.
I was just going to second it.
All right, and we have a second by Mr. Harding. Is there further discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none, I will call for a vote. And I'll note that Councillor Ellsworth joined us quite some time ago, and Councillor Hanley is now joining us as well. I'll call for a vote then. Councillor Shipley,
Yes.
Councillor Hoban,
Yes.
Councillor Fillmore,
Yes.
Councillor Ellsworth, Councillor Ellsworth, can you hear us? Okay, we'll come back to her in a moment. Councillor Harding,
Yes.
Councillor Hanley,
Red button over there.
Yes.
and I, Dave Sewell, will vote yes. And Councillor Ellsworth, are you with us to vote on this item? All right, then we'll excuse her for the vote on that item, and the motion carries 6-0.
Mr. Sewell?
Yes, Mr. Stripe.
I might add to that first rule about two counselors. Now that the motion has been adopted, that will apply to tonight's planning commission items.
Thank you. Mr. Strachan has pointed out that since rule changes take effect immediately, that change will be in effect for tonight's meeting. Thank you. All right, let's move on to item number 5, which is a presentation regarding the Sustainability Committee's annual update. We're actually running a little bit ahead of schedule here, which is a good thing, but is Mr. Jarvis, Don Jarvis, and Robert Mills, are they ready for this item?
I'm ready.
Very good.
Yes.
Welcome.
I understand that everyone has received a copy of our report of the Sustainability Committee for 2020. And we have reported a number of good things, and Robert Mills has reported a number of good things that the Employee Sustainability Committee has put together. And you might be wondering in your mind, well, if we have all these good things happening without a sustainability plan, why do we need a sustainability plan? So, we'll try to answer that. I would rather not spend a lot of time on the report, our past report, because this is a big issue and I think it deserves some discussion. So anyway, I'd like to move ahead. So Is John in charge of the slides? If so,
I can advance it for you.
number 2, please. Okay, I thought we ought to have just a little bit of history of this, what's going on with sustainability in Provo, which has been going on for over a decade. Provo actually has 2 sustainability committees. One is the mayor's or the residents' sustainability committee. It's composed of about 12 volunteers. The number is not set. They ebb and flow. It's chaired by myself. Mayor Curtis established this in April of 2011. And there's actually a Provo Agricultural Commission, which was established sometime later at my suggestion and reports to this committee. And it has done a good job of arranging external funding to preserve farmland if owners want to do so. And that is reported in our 2020 report, if you had a chance to look at it. It's quite an achievement to get that external funding, which is hard to arrange. And our committee, the chair of the commission, has done a great job on that. Next slide, please. And the second committee is the Employee Sustainability Committee, also started by Mayor Curtis and vigorously supported by Mayor Kafusi. It's composed of a representative from each city department and chaired by the city's sustainability coordinator. Here's the picture of the original, one of the early meetings of the Sustainability Committee, and Robert there is lurking there in the background, right beside, who is the chair there, Robert? Do you remember?
I think that was when Shane Jones was still the chair.
I don't think that's a picture of Shane, but anyway, no matter. So next slide. Robert Mills heads Provo's planning department, and he's
This
also
is a much younger version of him.
It's okay. We all use younger pictures, Robert. You don't have to say that. He's our part-time sustainability coordinator, and I underlined and italicized part-time because he doesn't have full time to spend at this, and so he needs help to figure out what's the most important thing to do. And by the way, I should mention that in that old employees sustainability committee, they would have lunchtime meetings, and very often the soup was brought by Robert. You know, there's always somebody who does a little more than expected, and that was Robert. Next slide. And just as a map helps you navigate in new areas, a sustainability plan helps the sustainability coordinator make out a to-do list. Next slide. And the sustainability plan helps the sustainability coordinator coordinate with the general plan, align with city efforts, prioritize topics not covered in other plans, assess and access resources, and choose metrics to gauge progress, and to figure out how many minions it takes to install a light bulb. This is not always easy, and you know the old joke about how many computer programmers does it take to install a light bulb, and the answer is 0, because that's a hardware problem. So we run into that sort of an issue, and sustainability plans help overcome such issues. Next. And an approved sustainability plan that has the general approval of the city council and others marshals other departments' support for resulting proposals. One of the problems that any sustainability coordinator runs into is he may have a good idea, but then others look at him and say, well, that's your idea, but why should we implement it? But we have a sustainability plan that answers that question. Next. Of course, it's not all military precision like that, but in any case, it does help answer questions about whether we should do this or not. Now, another issue that we don't often think about, but Kevin Garlick has noted, is that Provo has neighboring towns, and we are deeply affected by their actions on air quality, land use, transportation, and water. We could have absolutely pristine air quality in Provo, but if it weren't, if of Orem and Springville other cities nearby weren't working on it too, we would soon lose that pristine air quality. And the same with all the other issues. We have to set an example. We are the largest city in Utah County, the county seat. And if we don't do the right thing, it's hard to expect others to do it. Next. We should set an example of good practice for neighboring cities by implementing an excellent sustainability plan. And as Einstein said, setting an example is not the main means of influence of others, it's the only means. Next. Now, of course, the question is that every good counselor asks is, how much will it cost? Well, it appears that this will cost a one-time $75,000 investment. In addition to that, I feel it's really important that in order to keep up on fast developing best practices and external funding, the sustainability coordinator and the employee sustainability committee should also have an annual budget of $4,000 to participate in professional organizations. I have talked with other sustainability coordinators in other cities, and they all agree that this participation in professional organizations is absolutely essential. Next. Now, then your question is, well, where's this money going to come from? Well, the good news is that renewable energy sources, which are growing like wildfire, well, not wildfire, growing like windmills, have unleashed powerful market forces with trading in renewable energy credits. These are called RECs, and these RECs are marketable, and Provo has some. Next slide. In fiscal year 2022, which I believe begins in July, Provo will earn roughly $128,000 from UMPA's, that's Utah Municipal Power Authority's sale of RECs from its 500-acre Clover Creek solar project, which is now under construction. This is along with many other solar projects in the state of Utah. Now, the financial benefits of an excellent sustainability plan could include the following: reduced city expenses for utilities, improved access to grants, because when you apply for grants, you have to tell them what you're already doing and that you're organized and that everybody's behind the sustainability coordinator. And it could help reduce the uncounted costs from pollution. And these costs include damage to pregnancy and birth complications, cancer, damage to brain, lungs, cardiovascular system, and some research has even indicated that crime is increased by pollution. Congestion causes costs. We can cure congestion with walkable neighborhoods and support for active transportation of biking, walking, and public transit. And costs from unsustainable development. We can cure that with smart development to accommodate the enormous population growth, which is forecast for the city. Next. Now, Provo is already seeing what we can do if we think ahead far enough with a sustainability mindset. BCBO architects predict that Provo will save 18% annually on its utilities from its now new, very energy efficient city hall, which was supported, of course, by our mayor courageously and by the Sustainability Committee and the Employee Sustainability Committee. Next. Sustainability can also result in savings. Here's from Las Cruces, New Mexico reports over $1 million savings in renewable and energy efficiency projects from those projects. Next. Salt Lake City has found savings of over $145,000 in utility costs each year for the City Hall campus and public safety building together. And Salt Lake City has received over $750,000 in state and federal grant funding for clean vehicle replacements in the years from 2010 to 2017. Next. Santa Fe, New Mexico reports that they've saved a lot of money on utility bills. The cost reductions range between 20 and 40%, and long-term cost savings can extend over 10 years. Next. Park City, Nevada is very heavily into sustainability, and their integration of retrofit measures into existing facilities are now saving the city and taxpayers over $250,000 per year. So in conclusion, the Mayor's Sustainability Committee recommends support for a sustainability plan and for modest annual funding to keep Provo abreast of the fast-moving best practices and external funding sources. And we think that Robert will, and all those working on sustainability will need that kind of support. Next. We think that a sustainability plan will help make a better future for Provo citizens and families. And that's my suggestions. And we can take questions after Robert gives his report, if you can hold those till he's through.
Thanks, Don. I just wanted to briefly go over a couple of things. First of all, to say thank you to Don and the Residents Employee Sustainability Committee, excuse me. It's a really fantastic group of people to be involved with, and I really enjoy being there. They just do great work, and I would invite any of you to come and participate in that very early meeting anytime that you'd like to. I sent out a brief report earlier today. I'm sure that none of you have had time to read that, and that's perfectly fine. But I just wanted to do a couple highlights and then give you an opportunity to read that later and ask any questions that you have for us. So just a couple highlights by department, starting off with the City Council of some things that have gone on in 2020, which was an extraordinary year.
Robert, could I mention that this report that's up on the screen is not your report. This is the mayor's or employee other. There you go. Now we got it right. Thank you, John.
Yeah, this is, and John, sorry to confuse you. This is the presentation that's up right now is the one for the next item. You can just take us back to the full screen of the gallery if you'd like. I don't have any slides for this. I just wanted to provide a few highlights. So starting with the council, some things that we identified as very helpful and sustainable practices was supporting a general plan update. That's actually a huge element to the way that we want to move into the future and how we're going to guide Provo City. And I hope that all of you give yourself a pat on the back for doing that and supporting that effort. Some other council amendments that were adopted by the council last year include the critical hillside ordinance and the open space preservation and recreation zone adoption and updates to the annexation plan that really gives some good direction and guidance on those spaces in our city that should be preserved for those purposes in the future. Moving on to Provo Power. Provo Power has done some wonderful things throughout the year and continually impress us with the way that they're moving. Recently, they announced that there will be an option for residents and businesses to purchase renewable sourced energy. And they have on their website actually some additional information about that. And then they announced the goal of being 50% renewable by 2030. That's so
60%.
ambitious and really impressive.
60% actually, Robert.
Oh, 60%, excuse me, yep. Moving on to the library. The library is one of the best ways to reach the residents of Provo. It's such a great resource. And some of the things that they're doing, they actually have implemented some sustainability, excuse me, challenges in seasonal reading programs that they have. They issue a monthly newsletter to their staff, and they always include some sustainability tips in that newsletter. And then a recent project that they completed was a retrofit of the underground lighting in the parking garage to be upgraded to more energy efficient bulbs and lighting sources. The police department last year continually doing efforts for their officers, but also purchased 7 new hybrid police vehicles, and they project that that would save about $3,500 each in fuel costs over the year. Public Works, just wanted to highlight a couple things from them. Last year, they collected 2,500 tons of recycling that was diverted from the landfill, 6,800 tons of green waste that was then made into composting material for purchase. And then they are focused on some efforts to improve aquifer storage and recovery. And then last year, they implemented some retention standards that encourage low impact design for water retention on site in development projects. Community and neighborhood services, we're heavily involved in the general plan update, and it's really exciting to see the feedback that we receive from our open houses and see so many responses in that our natural resources, sustainability, those types of things are so important to the residents of Provo. And then just wanted to recognize the efforts of so many others that probably weren't included in the report. There's so many things going on in Provo City, and the Employees Sustainability Committee is a really fun place to be. And just to be with like-minded individuals working on ways that we can just help Provo City employees in their everyday work assignments be a little bit more sustainable. So just wanted to give a shout out and say thank you to the mayor for her support. Thank you to council for your support. And Don and I are available for any questions.
I'd like to second what Robert said about the number of city employees that involve themselves in sustainability. As the mayor said to me recently, it seems like every question that comes up somehow involves sustainability. And when I first came in on the job, I interviewed a number of city department heads, and I was astonished at all the good things that were going on. So it's great to work with good people here who have a long range view of things, not just the short range. It's okay to be fiscally conservative, but you have to have the long range view to see what it's going to cost in the long run. And our new city hall is a great example of that.
Mr. Hanley.
Yeah, I was going to first of all make a snide remark about who the young man was in that final photo in Don's presentation, but I'll I'll just leave it there. I appreciate both presentations, and thrilled to see both groups thriving.
Timers.
And thank you, Don, for all the good work you do. It's really amazing what you do for $1 a year for the city. I would. Have I
got a raise to $1 a year? Mayor Curtis always said, Don is worth every penny we don't pay him. So if I get $1 a year, I'd be great.
My comment is maybe just a request that in your report, Don, there's a pretty long section of very specific and helpful suggestions on water, land, and so on. And that may be in part a legacy of Austin Taylor, but
it's the whole committee put that together. You notice that there were chairs for each section.
Oh, okay.
So that's the committee.
That's great stuff, and I hope that that will be one of the first documents we can share if we end up deciding to create a sustainability plan with some outside help. That seems like that ought to go right to the front of the line, because there's so many specific suggestions in there. I thought it was great.
Our consultants have a copy of it, and they've noted our work on that.
Okay, great.
Other comments or questions? I'd just like to add one thing too. I've always thought of the Sustainability Committee as a great example of a group of citizens who are well organized and effective and get a lot done with very little financial support, hardly anything from the city. And I just wanted to thank you again for your efforts over these last 7 or 8 years that I've been involved. And I know you started before then. And I haven't had a chance to interact with the employee group, but I hear good things about them as well. So thank you, Robert.
David, I should mention that we do have a small budget, and we periodically surprise the mayor with small bills to help publicize things to public schools. And so far, she always pays them. So
great. Thank you. Very much appreciate your efforts. Our next, well, let's see. We were scheduled for a break at this point, but we're actually pretty far ahead of schedule. So I'm wondering maybe if we should just go ahead and move on to item 6 before the break, and then we'll end up having the break at about the time that we'd originally schedule it. So let's move on to item number 6, a discussion regarding the hiring of a contractor to complete a sustainability plan as part of the general plan update. And this item will be presented by Robert Mills, our planning supervisor, who's also doubling as our sustainability coordinator for the city right now.
Thank you all. John, I'm having a hard time controlling that screen. Could I just ask you to advance the slides for me when I let you know?
Yeah.
So I'm really grateful the way that the schedule worked out today, because Don basically gave my presentation for me in the previous item. So I just wanted to provide a little bit of background and catch the full council up on where we're at in this process. So a few meetings ago, the suggestion was made that the Foothills Protection Committee of the council would be tasked with maybe evaluating the possibilities of having a consultant or someone like that do a sustainability plan for the city. I wanted to just kind of give a little bit of background. In that evaluation process, we actually had 2 groups that presented to the Foothills Committee over the last month. One was Design Workshop, which is our consultant on the general plan. And then another group that presented was the Brendel Group. They're out of Fort Collins, Colorado, and have been involved in sustainability planning for at least the last 25 years. And that's primarily what their firm is involved in. I wanted to just kind of go through these slides with you all with the understanding that in both of their presentations to the committee, Brendel Group and Design Workshop expressed a desire to team up and to work collaboratively on this process with Provo City. So we'll just go through the proposal that Design Workshop presented to us and emailed to us. Brendel Group actually did not submit a formal proposal or anything like that. Their desire is to be a sub to whomever is chosen. So with that, John, you can go ahead and go to the next slide. So Design Workshop has submitted a proposal basically for a change order to the current contract that we have with them. Just as a reminder to the council, we have a contract with them for our general plan update. That contract was valued at $150,000. And the time frame on that contract is that we will have an adopted general plan update by the end of this year, 2021. This scope of services involves 3 phases and several tasks within each phase. Task 1 is a kickoff workshop that would include stakeholders that would be invited to participate in this. We envision a robust group of city department heads that would be involved in that, and various others that may be invited to participate as well. Task 1.2 would be the collection of baseline conditions. Design Workshop has expressed that this is an area that they would especially rely on the expertise of the Brendel Group in performing these baseline conditions and analysis. One of the great advantages that we currently have in doing these concurrently with the general plan update is we have a lot of this information already, and so we can process that and enjoy some economy of scale there. Task 1.3 would be to create the deliverable in this would be an actual web page and an assessment of all of those current conditions that would be presented for review. John, you can go to the next slide. Phase 2 would move into more of the meat of the document to evaluate and target. Basically, we want to, in this phase, identify cities that have been implementing these types of key practices and plans in order to compare to and those that are actually enjoying some success in this. And then task 2.2 would be to determine targets. We use targets instead of goals, and those would be developed to help the sustainability plan evolve into an actual working document. And we can go to number 3. And then phase 3 is to prioritize, implement, and communicate. The draft sustainability plan would be prepared during this stage and then circulated among that working group, among other identified groups, the general public, and then to an important part of sustainability is to create a communication plan. I'm sure that many of you are very aware that sustainability can be both a hot button issue and a wonderful word to many people, depending on how it's interpreted. We want to create a communication plan that clearly identifies and creates an educational background of what sustainability is for Provo, and then to be able to communicate that to everybody internally in Provo City as well as externally in our community. And then the last task, of course, would be in this process for a plan would be to have the City Council adopt that. We can go to the next slide, John. So this is a timeline that they have proposed to us that actually works in coordination with the remaining timeline on our general plan update. So phase 1 would be May through July, phase 2, July through August, and then phase 3, September, with an adoption and implementation schedule in December. So this current council would have the opportunity to vote and adopt that if they so choose. I think there's one more slide, John. This one is important. So they have given us a rough estimate of expenses and fees. Phase 1, 2, and 3 provide a project fee of about $75,000. And then they have estimated some reimbursable expenses at about $4,200. There are probably some opportunities, again, to coordinate those efforts and do a little bit of cost savings there. But so we're just under $80,000 in what they're proposing. Again, this is a proposal that that Design Workshop has submitted to us as a change order. One of the advantages of a change order is that it can be done quickly. We don't have to go through the formal RFP process. However, that's something for the council to consider as well, that are there opportunities that would be brought about through the RFP process. We haven't been able to identify anything specifically, but I wanted to, this is the conclusion of my presentation on what Design Workshop has presented to us, and just kind of turn the time over to George Handley, who is the chair of that committee, to offer recommendations and additional insight.
Thank you, Robert. Appreciate it very much. So just as Robert was saying, the charge from the council was for the Foothills Committee to, if you remember my presentation from several weeks ago, we had looked at sort of one option in particular that had two versions. One version was that we could look at hiring somebody independently of Design Workshop through the formal RFP process, or we could look at some way to have the Design Workshop group do it as part of a change order within the general plan program that they're already undertaking. And I think partly in the interest of time that we were concerned about the timeline that Robert just outlined for us. Frankly, I didn't know what to do to learn about what an independent sustainability plan might look at, except to invite the Brendel Group to speak to us, because we had previous contact with them, and they had already given us some samples of what a independent plan would look like. So in my view, it wasn't necessarily like a chance for them to make a pitch for them to be chosen, but rather for us as a committee to look at what a sustainability plan would do for the city, and whether or not having it done separately would be beneficial to us. And I don't think that we got a whole lot of clarity on that particular question, except to say that the Brendel Group themselves didn't feel like they wanted to make a pitch for an independent proposal, mainly because of the timeline that they knew we were interested in, and their concern that they would not, feel like they would have sufficient time to put together the kind of plan that they would feel very satisfied with, or maybe neither would we. And in the course of those discussions, when we sort of sent Robert and Gary back to the Design Workshop people to make a proposal about how they wanted to go forward. And as Robert has indicated, they submitted this request for a change order to work with the Brendel Group. They have a previous working relationship, and that's why they felt comfortable doing that, and so did the Brendel Group. I will clarify, Bill Fillmore was not able to make our meeting, and so Bill, I will invite him and Shannon to make any comments they want. So I'm not able to speak for Bill's point of view on this, but in the meeting that we had last week, our discussion centered on the issue of whether or not we would have had, a superior proposal put forward to us if we'd gone through the formal RFP process and looked for somebody independently. And I think there's no way to know that definitively, although that's the way it's done, and that's the way you can absolutely be sure that you're getting the very best product. And so I think we feel some regret that we didn't have more time to explore that option. On the other hand, knowing that Design Workshop is a really great group and they've got a lot of momentum, and this can be folded in well to our process, and this seems to be a working relationship that they welcome, and that's what they offered to us. We, at least those of us who were at the meeting, felt that this was a good way to go, and we would come back to the council to make that recommendation to you. So I see Brian has his hand up, and I have invited Bill to say something. So I don't know, Brian, you want to go first, and then I'll invite Bill.
Sure, I'll be really quick. There was a comment that I made a couple times in committee meetings, and I thought it might be helpful here as far as framing the discussion, which is, so the council is requesting or looking into a sustainability plan and adopting a sustainability plan for the city, and is discussing the concept of how do we get that sustainability plan prepared. And so just to frame the discussion, what your options are. One is the council can completely take over the preparation of that plan, and they can go out and contract with somebody directly. And then if that's the case, the council has all the discretion in the world about choosing who they want to contract with. The money comes out of their budget, but obviously you can appropriate funds if you need to, and you're in control of the entire process. The other option is to ask the administration to prepare a sustainability plan and bring it to you for your review and adoption. And if you're going to do that, then what you're essentially doing at this point in time is giving feedback to the administration about what you think would be the most acceptable way or most helpful way for them to do that, for you to be able to have this plan to review. And I don't know if Robert said this today, but I've heard him say in committee meetings that the administration's recommendation is, if you want the sustainability plan to be done timely in order to be adopted together with amendments to the general plan, doing the change order is the way to do that. And so therefore that's their recommendation based on that timeliness issue. Of course, if you don't feel comfortable with that and want to indicate to the administration you feel more comfortable about an RFP process, then the city already has purchasing rules that govern that RFP process, and the administration would go back and run with those rules and do the RFP through their normal process. So that's really what you're trying to decide is, in my view, is do you take it over entirely yourselves, which I don't think has really been discussed much at this point, or do you give some feedback about to the administration how they can best help you and best meet your needs?
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Mr. Fillmore?
Okay, thank you. George, I appreciate the courtesy of you inviting me to share maybe a slightly different view. I think most citizens, when they hear the word sustainability, they naturally think in terms of long-term planning for cleaner air, cleaner water, transportation infrastructure, efficiency with our utilities, with the end goal of cleaning the environment, physical environment, and saving money for the city and ultimately for our citizens. I've been very impressed with Design Workshop. I think they're a fine group of people, great expertise, and focused on those kinds of things. I was a little concerned by the presentation of the Brendel Group. I felt it went considerably beyond most citizens' perception of, quote, sustainability, unquote. Their presentation, their slide deck in particular, got into matters that suggest political philosophy, social justice, economic justice, those kinds of issues. In other words, a very broad and quite liberal view of, quote, sustainability, unquote. And my concern was that before we engage them, and perhaps even if we don't engage them, and just to give some clear direction to Design Workshop of a more narrow focus on what we're expecting of them, as opposed to getting into very controversial political issues that are real hot buttons within our nation today.
Councilor Ellsworth.
Yeah, I appreciate what Mr. Fillmore said. We probably had different interpretations. I feel like the Brendel Group was giving an overview of their company and their organization. They weren't necessarily saying that they would cast those influences upon the product that they would deliver to a client. If they did, I didn't understand that in their presentation. I have been really impressed with Design Workshop. I was part of the selection committee that went through all of the proposals at the beginning of this process. And I think Design Workshop's reputation is and has been phenomenal for decades. Maybe the only concern for me has been not my support of a sustainability plan, which I do support, but is we thoroughly checked out the I guess the producer or the contractor or consultant that may be creating it. If it's totally up to Design Workshop, I trust that they'll do a good job. But if there is some kind of tacit agreement that we select an unvetted firm, then I think there may be a longer process that's necessary. But we've been through this in the Foothills Committee, and I still support expanding the scope and giving Design Workshop the opportunity to create a sustainability plan that's integrated or compatible with our general plan.
Mr. Jones?
Yeah, just real quick in response to both those comments, just to be clear, and Robert can certainly weigh in on this and tell you more, but as we discussed in the committee meeting, what you're really being asked, or what the administration is putting forward as a recommendation, is that you let them know, you give them feedback about whether or not you would like them to execute a change order with Design Workshop. If that's the direction that they go, the contract is with Design Workshop. Design Workshop is responsible for providing the sustainability plan. Their responsibility would be to have the plan prepared, to take your feedback, to follow the directions of the scope of work. They've at this point indicated that they would likely rely on Brindle Group as a subcontractor to do that work, but there is not going to be, under that scenario, a contract between the city and Brindle Group, and Design Workshop is not obligated to use Brindle Group to prepare that plan for you. That's just the feedback we've gotten so far about what they would likely do.
Mr. Hanley?
I don't know if Mr. Harding had his hand up first.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Harding first. You're muted. No.
Well, maybe I'll just make a quick, I just wanted to make a quick clarification or underscore a couple of things. The price tag that we had was given to us as an estimate for an independent sustainability plan by a separate firm was starting at 100,000. So this is, I think one of the reasons we recommend this is that this is cheaper. The other reason, one of the main reasons why Design Workshop told us that they wanted to work with Brindle Group was because Brindle Group had engineers on staff that could do the base conditions measurements in a way that they can't. And so those seemed important to us. And in other words, these would be things like, sort of measuring the city's footprint in different ways. How are we doing currently with air quality and emissions, or how are we doing with open space and trees and et cetera, et cetera. And then that would allow the plan to sort of move from there. So that was appealing, I think, to us as well about this proposal. So we have a cheaper proposal, one that we think is going to be done in a timely manner, and we have full confidence in Design Workshop. And in their judgment, they wanted to work with Brindle Group, so we felt good about that, despite some of the misgivings that we were discussing. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, Mr. Harding.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I appreciate this discussion. I think this is an important point. I was going to make most of this comment even before it was spurred on by something that Mr. Mills, a comment that he made earlier. But I like the direction that we're going, that this discussion is going. I think, at least it appears to me that Design Workshop is working with the community and is considering Provo, very specifically when developing this general plan. This is not just something that they've got on the shelf, they're taking down and they're handing to us, that they're engaging with the community. And I would hope that is the model that we follow with the sustainability plan as well, that it's not just being taken down off the shelf and handed to us, but will be developed with input from the community. I appreciate what Councillor Fillmore said about, and multiple people have commented that sustainability can kind of mean different things to different people. And I really like this definition that I've seen used and written down in a few places. This is coming from the Provo Sustainability Report 2020 that we all received recently. That it defines sustainability as the ability to meet the needs of the current generation without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. And I think if we can, if the community can kind of really rally around and find consensus on the definition, I think that's a great definition, particularly if we look at, I think I would look at, the needs, the current needs and the future needs, if that's including the ability of all to enjoy a high quality of life. If that's how we kind of frame it, then I think I have a hard time seeing anyone in the community really objecting to that kind of goal. And if that's the goal that's guiding our sustainability plan, then we're just talking about stewardship, not only of the environment, but really our stewardship as a community, as a government, trying to fulfill the basic functions of government. And I think it was Mr. Jarvis commented on this a little bit, but kind of to borrow and paraphrase his words, but it's not just meeting our current needs, but also making sure that the future generations can meet their needs as well. So I think if we can, and maybe that's part of the change order or something. I don't know, probably not that, but I hope that's part of the process, that we really define what our goal is with that. And I do think we can find a definition that the whole community can rally around.
Thank you. Mr. Jarvis?
I thank Mr. Harding for that explanation, which is actually exactly in line with my thinking, that in some ways I wish we'd use the term conservation rather than sustainability, because it's an older word and it sounds like conservatism, and that's what it is. Conservation is what we're in the business of. And if someone would like to see or review what some Provo citizens think ought to be in the sustainability plan, if you look at appendixes 3 through 6 in our sustainability report for 2020, they have draft plans for air quality, land use, transportation, and water. We certainly we wanted to get ahead of the game and make some suggestions as to what Provo citizens think ought to be done. We're not necessarily a scientifically representative sample of the city, but I think it gives a sense of what some Provo citizens would like to have in the sustainability plan. And if all else fails, it's really good for insomnia. You can.
Well, so I guess the request of the council would be to vote on this proposal from Design Workshop for this change order, if I'm understanding this correctly. So, and I don't know if it's inappropriate for me as chair of that committee to make that motion. Does it? I would so move that we approve this proposal from Design Workshop for the change order.
We have a motion from Mr. Handy. Mr. Harding?
I'm happily second that.
Second for Mr. Harding. Is there any discussion on the motion? I'd love to hear from the mayor or Wayne on this as well. Mr. Shipley.
Yeah, I would defer to the mayor or Wayne if they've got a comment first.
Mr. Parker's at the podium.
Thank you. Unique circumstance to hybrid meeting, so are you hearing okay?
I just barely turned it on.
Okay, thank you. So appreciate the opportunity to comment. I think the administration is fully in support of the change order and working through design workshop with this. Part of the challenge is, of course, that we don't have appropriated funds to do this, and so we'll need to kind of figure that out and come back to you with a funding package. I just might mention, Mr. Jarvis mentioned earlier about the revenue associated with the renewable energy credits. I'll just mention that is the same funding source we use for the exchange program that we're currently doing, where we're letting residents come in and exchange their gas-powered lawn equipment or snow blowers for electric, and able to get kind of a rebate through that program. So again, I think we'll need to balance kind of carefully how we utilize those funds and how we plan on them long term. But if you decide to proceed this way, we'll certainly work with staff to figure out an appropriate funding source, or potentially series of funding sources, and come back to you with an appropriation request. So we can try to move that as quickly as we can. So that's all I would add to the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Mr. Shipley.
I would just say that I'm supportive of the plan. I'm confident in design workshop. I'm confident we can come up with funding sources. That part of this scenario doesn't concern me as much, even though normally funding is my primary concern. I think we can figure this one out, and I think it's worth it and valuable. I did want, and Mr. Fillmore has his hand raised, so maybe he can clarify a little bit better for me. I did want to hear from Mr. Fillmore again on his concerns, because I don't know that I fully understand what he was, the concerns that he had about the group that was making the proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Fillmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't need to repeat what I said earlier, and I guess in response to Mr. Shipley, you kind of really had to be there to see the whole presentation and the whole slide deck to get a sense of perhaps, the concern I had is the philosophical approach to sustainability by this particular, was it the Brendel group? I like Don Jarvis's recharacterization by use of the word conservation. I think conservation certainly equates more exactly with what most Provo citizens expect when they think about sustainability. And my only recommendation, if you recall from my earlier comments, was that we just secure a narrower focus in this regard. As far as the change order per se, I'm all for that. Don't have a problem with it. I think we can find the funding. I just want our contractors to understand that we perceive a more finite focus than some of them may be inclined to as a philosophical matter. Certainly our citizens are not looking for us to recreate Provo in the image of Berkeley, Boulder, or Cambridge. So we just need to stay focused so we don't create a bunch of gratuitous controversy within our city.
Thank you, Mr. Fillmore. Is there any other discussion on the motion? Mr. Hanley.
Yeah, I'll maybe just make one comment in response to Mr. Parker. Yeah, we've talked sort of in theory about certain possibilities, the rec money and whatnot, and I've had a couple of brief conversations just via email with Travis, but I think that is something we're interested in, but that may not be the exclusive source. That will be open to what you propose. But I think we're all hoping this is as painless as possible. And I think there are a number of ways to make it relatively painless. And maybe at a later point, we could consider, I mean, 75,000 was the proposal. But there's another 4,000 there for reimbursement costs. And then there is this issue that Mr. Jarvis has introduced, which maybe we will want to wrestle with too, of would, maybe this is somewhat separate. I don't know, but would the sustainability coordinator benefit from some travel money to be able to get to conferences? But that may be something you could look at and let us know if that's necessary.
Mr. Jarvis?
It's not travel money. The main sustainability, urban sustainability coordinators network is a very powerful network, and it's just the membership fee, and most of conferences can be handled via online. So it's not travel money; it's membership money, and that puts you in touch with all kinds of updates for both changes in the field and funding sources. And my good friend Vicki Bennett, who runs sustainability for Salt Lake City, said it has been an absolutely essential source for her. And she's sorry that the fee is a little high, but that's it. She says it's worth every penny.
Okay, so it sounds like that would be a separate item from what we're about to vote on. I guess it would be an annual budget item to consider. Any more discussion on the current motion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. Councillor Hanley?
Yes.
Councillor Harding?
Yes.
Councillor Ellsworth?
Yes.
Councillor Fillmore?
Yes.
Councillor Hoban?
Yes.
Councillor Shipley?
Yes.
And I, Dave Sewell, will vote yes. So the motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. That brings us to time for our scheduled break. Let's see, it's now not quite 2:15, so let's plan on reconvening at 2:25. It's in about 12 minutes. And we'll see you then. Okay. All right, counselors, we'd like to reconvene this work meeting. Before we move on to item number 7, Mr. Strachan has an introduction he'd like to make of our new intern.
Counselors and the mayor, and for any directors watching, sitting right next to John. John, do you want to turn your camera? Is Michael Sanders. He's our new intern. He's going to BYU this fall for the MPA program. We'd just like to welcome him. Putting him to work already.
Thanks,
Welcome, Michael. Glad to have you on board. All right, item number 7 is a presentation on Provo City's progress on general plan goals. This item is to be presented by our policy analyst, John Magnus.
Good afternoon, Council. So every year we go through the general plan, look at the goals. There's 420 goals. We send them out to the departments to have a look at and see how they're doing to achieve this. It's in our code that we should do this every year, so this is why it gets done. So what we have, a majority of our goals are ongoing, which means there's no expected end date, and truly no goal is ever completed. We're always making improvements. We're always trying to tinker and do a little better. But we put completed, which should actually be as more like milestones. We should achieve certain milestones during the year. So of the 420 goals, 385 are ongoing or completed. The rest I'll explain a little later. So the ongoing goals are the kind of stuff that's the day-to-day operation, moving the city forward, making sure it functions right, delivering services to the community, making improvements, meeting the needs of the community. These are some of the ongoing goals that Public Works has done in the last year. Encourage pedestrian-friendly environment through Provo. Their note for this year is bicycle pedestrian-friendly streets and paths have been incorporated into the Transportation Master Plan, which was adopted last year. So everybody reaches these are an ongoing contribution of these goals, and that's Public Works has theirs. Every department has a certain set. Community neighborhood services, establish higher minimum landscape and tree density requirements for all development. We revised the ordinances last year. It pertains to parking lots and trees, but that doesn't mean they're done. They're just ongoing. They'll keep amending things as they come along. As best practices evolve, they'll keep amending and improving the ordinances. Power, implement new advances in electrical energy delivery and control systems. Smart grid, smart houses become practical and feasible. They've done these improvements to meet the demands of Provo City and its residents, and they'll keep trying to do that. They'll keep improving and meeting the demands. They don't have really a choice, but these are all ongoing things. Completed milestones. Revised it this year to say milestones because even though complete an arterial collector and arterial road system, major street plans throughout the city, even though that is completed, as the city grows and uses change on streets, we're adding more roads or trying to improve them to move more traffic. They'll always be making these kind of incremental changes to it. So the goals that aren't completed or ongoing, there's basically 4 of them. Need clarification, meaning the department is not clear about what the goal is supposed to be. They're looking for some clarification, some direction from council. The goal is redundant, meaning it's the same goal, but it has a different number in a section of the general plan. Unattainable means there's no legal means for the city to obtain it. And not started, they did it for several different reasons. It wasn't just because they lacked resources, but we'll get into that. So these are the goals that need policy direction. In the memo that was sent out, there is a link to a Google Doc that has this spreadsheet, and you can actually go through and order it by clarification, and you can see what they're looking for in clarification. It's just they're looking for some policy direction. It's like 3.4.2.6, promote low cost land or subsidies in the form of reduced impact fees and down payment finance assistance. Neighborhood community services. They want policy direction on surplus property and impact fees. they can't do it. They can't lower the impact fees. That would have to something done by the council. Would have to make some accommodation on the impact fees. So that's basically what these all are. They're just looking for some direction from the council. These goals all are redundant, meaning they're the same as another goal in another section. The one thing about the redundant goals is they are all ongoing. So these don't fall into another category where it's not completed or they're looking for direction. These are all ongoing goals. They're just redundant. Unattainable. All these unattainable have to do with our ability to control what properties can and cannot be rented. And currently we don't have a mechanism for that. And it's questionable even if we would have a legal argument of why we could do this. So while the goals are admirable, they're just unattainable. Not started. These are all the goals that weren't started, have not been started. It's a continuation. Some of it is because they're lacking resources. Some of it's because they don't have the communities surrounding some of the stuff, like the preservation of certain buildings. You have opposition from the landowner or the person who owns the building, or the neighborhood themselves might be in opposition. So it's a mixed bag of reasons why they've not started. And then this year we did something a little different. We took your council priorities and we went over and we looked at goals and see what was happening. So for sustainability, conservation, and preservation, we pulled out these 4 goals: create and maintain bike trails and sidewalk systems that connect all parts of the city. Parks and Rec has the Provo Grove Trail Enhancement Project. So even though it's ongoing, they're working. Part of that too is the new trail systems they're putting down by Provo Bay for the restoration. So you can see we pulled out 4, but there are many more we could have pulled out. But these are the top ones. The power, promote alternative vehicle fueling sources. They put in the charging stations. They have plans for more. This is an ongoing one. I don't think it will ever be completed. Zoning priorities, encourage developers that reduce land and development costs. Adoption of smart growth policy is best accomplished in the neighborhood plan process. 1.4.9.2, ensure adequate enforcement of zoning regulations. It's ongoing, but their note this year was difficult to limit staff because of COVID. They lost 2 FTEs last year, so they're struggling with that one. But it's still ongoing. They're still making progress. Economic development, prioritize areas within the city for economic development. The note for this year was economic development is focused on finding a grocer and location for the West Side Grocery Store, the downtown area, and Provo Center City, Mill Trace. So, I mean, even though they might accomplish all this in the future years, there still will be a need to prioritize uses as land use changes, as commercial may not be a viable use for the land. It may switch over residential or maybe industrial, but it will always be an ongoing thing. Public safety, maintain the number of police officers and firefighters per 1,000 residents equal to the national standard. The police department is struggling with that one. We already heard from them; they're below average. They're trying to get a few more officers to get to that ratio. They're expected to move into their facility next year. As far as the fire station, they're working on property appraisals to try and find the location. So it's always going to be ongoing. Like I said, complete is kind of a misnomer. It should be a milestone marker. The one thing that is changing from this year to next year will be that we'll have a new general plan with a sustainability component. So we'll have different goals. It's also suggested that we look at the goals that were unattainable or the goals that weren't started and see if they can be reworked somehow so they can actually be achieved or at least put into the process of ongoing. With that, is there any questions?
I thought I saw Councilor Ellsworth's hand a moment ago, but.
Yeah, I had a comment.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like we have more than 400 goals that have been amassed over many different general plan revisions over the last couple decades.
420 to be exact.
420, yeah. And
Takes a
it's
while to go through.
And thank you. That is a tremendous amount of work. So thank you for organizing that. But I do see the opportunity at the end of this year when we adopt our new general plan to retire these 420 goals and to kind of start over and have a general plan that's focused on the current community's objectives and our values going forward. So I'd be in favor of retiring these goals when we have adopted our new general plan and relying on that new general plan. Additionally, I would also be in favor of perhaps creating a deep dive with the council and starting to shape a couple of core metrics per department that aren't based in the general plan, but that are performance indicators, key performance indicators, so that we can measure how our budget and funds and our general resources are being used and improved and utilized through the city. And I don't necessarily believe the general plan is the place to capture all goals and all metrics. So that's my comment. My idea is that we get ready to adopt our new general plan and focus on the goals that we have there, retire these ones, and then consider creating separate metrics, key performance indicators that would allow us to monitor ongoing performance and improvements.
That is the plan. Whatever goals are established in the new general plan, it'll be a new list next year, with whatever they are, with the new numbering and everything. That's how we brought forward. The reason we do just the general plan goals is because it's codified in the city code. This is what we're supposed to supply the city council once a year annually, just an update on how the departments are achieving those goals. If there's something else you would want, that could definitely be revisited and discussed and figured out.
And maybe we just revisit that code, and maybe that element of code needs to be updated. I work as a professional planner, and it's fairly atypical to have policing and library standards in a general plan. So I'd be open to modifying the way that we review this going forward.
Mr. Harding.
Thank you, Chair Sewell. So yeah, I think my understanding is, I believe it's similar to Mr. Magnus, is that in some ways, like the whole point of revisiting the general plan is going back and updating it, and the goals are an important part of the general plan. And so as we go back and revisit all of these questions and rewrite and reformulate that I imagine will be have a new list of goals, and obviously we have a consultant working on this, and then at some point the council will be asked to adopt something, and we'll go forward with that. In reading through this, I agree. This is a lot of work, and at the times, well, just going through it, it almost significantly raised my anxiety level as I'm thinking about all of these things that that would be good to do and good to accomplish, and things that the community who was involved in the development of these goals identified as things we'd like to work towards, and just the thought of like, oh yeah, that would be great, but I don't feel like we have the bandwidth to work on that and whatnot. And so at times I was even wondering, like, is this a helpful exercise to go through? Because it is a lot of work, and some of these are just almost like rolled into just the day-to-day operations of many of our departments. But as I thought about it more, I do feel like this is a document that was adopted by a former council and was developed through a process that had a lot of public input, and I think it is good for department directors to remind themselves by reviewing it yearly what's in there, so it doesn't get forgotten, and most of it again is being addressed by just the day-to-day operations of the departments. But I think it's good to just have that reminder, have it kind of top of mind, and perhaps it influences a few decisions here and there as we go about the day-to-day. And so I ended up feeling like this probably is a good exercise to go through, which is probably why it's in the code. And then I guess the last thing I wanted to mention is with the carryover committee, as we engaged with administration and spoke particularly with Mr. Parker about, you know, the best way to look for accountability in the efforts that the administration is going through, particularly as they're working on policies and goals and priorities that the council you know has expressed. He said, you know, he would welcome you know, working developing metrics for that, and then being held accountable and asked to report on those metrics as time goes on. And so I definitely think that that's the model that we should be pursuing. I think that's what Councilor Ellsworth, that's what I understood that she was saying, and I think that's a great way to move forward. And I think we can do that collaboratively, setting those metrics with the administration, making sure that we're kind of all on the same page. And so I think that's a great way to move forward.
Other comments, Mr. Strachan?
I'd just like to point out that the general plan that we have right now was consolidated a couple of years ago through the effort of the planning department and the council office staff, and approved by the council. There are 9 elements in the existing plan now that including the implementation steps. And remember, it was a merger of the general plan with the vision statements. And so some of the things do fall outside. We recognize that, but we tried to, you know, made a fair effort at trying to just capture the things that really did involve Provo. But as you can see, we've discovered that some of those 429 do end up being almost an impossibility for us. I think our anticipation is, as we move forward, is the question: how do we go forward with future implementation steps, and where to fit those into the process, whether in terms of review. I do like the idea of doing some kind of departmental metrics, but I do think that's something we probably want to make sure we involve the administration in figuring those out. Whether we do it as a deep dive now or a deep dive, you know, later, following the next general plan adoption I think is a policy question for you and a timing question. But it does give us some good things to look at. And if it does become a deep dive topic, then I think it should be handled in the conversation with the council as to what other deep dive topics might we consider as we look into that effort. And we'll support you however you want to proceed, council.
All right, if there are no other comments or questions, we'll move on to the next item. Item number 8 is a discussion on ranked choice voting and the possible use for the 2021 municipal elections. And this item will be presented by Cliff Strachan, our Council Executive Director.
All right, thank you again. This is the topic that we've talked about many times in the last couple of years. A couple of weeks ago, we talked about it, or I guess a month ago, we talked about it and wanted to put the question out to Open City Hall and see what we could gather in terms of public comment. I am just looking here to share my screen again, and I'll show you some results. And then I propose that you have a brief discussion if necessary, and then if you elect to vote one way or the other, or choose not to vote, because that's a decision too. So the screen didn't share. Hang on. There we go. All right. So it started with the same slides I had last time, but I cut them down and changed them dramatically. So this is what you get to look at today. As you know, this year's election features 3 council members and a mayor. The deadline for participation is this upcoming Monday. So today's the last meeting that you've got scheduled to make this decision. The question was put to Open City Hall. Sorry, I have to move a screen here. Okay, so we put a question on Open City Hall. What do you think about ranked choice voting? And we had, as you can see at the bottom, 400 visitors, 289 responses, but I'm only going to talk to you about the 154 registered responses. Those are the only ones we have really any control over in terms of who accesses, sorry, not that we control who accesses, it's just that unregistered responses could be multiple efforts by somebody. And it does, John, as he looked at it, found some evidence that suggested some of the registered responses also became did unregistered responses after, because there was some fair duplication. So we're just going to look at the registered responses. And but if you look at the total number of comments that you received, it's in excess of 9 hours of public comment if you attribute each one to 2 minutes. So I'm just going to go real fast. It's very apparent that as we went through the answers that we got from the 154 folks, that most have heard of ranked choice voting, but most have also had no experience using it. We found that these are voters. 98% voted in the presidential election, and I only showed you the 29 municipal, but the similar numbers were in the 2019, 2017, 2015 municipal election cycles. It's apparent that how people feel about our election campaigns, whether they're positive or negative, it appears that most people feel that they are somewhat positive as you go through those, and the same for the mayor and the council elections. How satisfied with you? Well, so there's a certain amount of almost 40% kind of have that may factor of of how they feel about the results. But overall, I think people are either neutral or very positive about it, about the results. These two screens basically show considerable support both before and after the discussion. So in the discussions that were put there was a discussion of, here's the concept, and then there were some pro arguments for, and there were some negative arguments for, and very little movement in terms of what people thought. This is just a word cloud of the comments. John, I understand, sent you an email yesterday with a collection of the comments for and against from questions 13 and 14 of the survey. And so you got a good sense of what those comments were. So really where we're at now is the question before you is, what do you want to do? Do you want to participate in the pilot project this year, or do you not? And if you do, part one there about sending written notice is just us meeting the standard of what we have to do. And part two came from a comment from at least one counselor that said, it might be worth looking at to see how this thing performed and look at the metrics, trying to understand how it affected our voter participation. And so I added, and I hope that was okay, but I added that second part to report back to the council on metrics on the voter participation and error rate. So that is my suggested motion to you. And I'm going to turn the time over to you, Mr. Chair. And I would say that if you have any more questions, if you have any questions about this, feel free to ask. Otherwise, I think you've probably got enough information over many discussions, many presentations that you probably have an idea where you want to go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Strachan. All right, let's go through and preferably hear from everybody on this, and then we'll get to a vote. Mr. Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Strachan, if you could share that screen for a moment, if I may, just kind of in our tradition of having implied motions, let me just make this motion, and then I can either make my argument now or later. But I move that Provo City participate in the municipal alternative voting methods pilot project for municipal elections to be held in 2021, and that staff is directed to send written notice of said vote to participate to the Lieutenant Governor, the Utah County Clerk, and the City Recorder, and to report back to the council on metrics on voter participation and error rates.
We have a motion by Mr. Harding. Is there a second? Okay, I'm not seeing a second on this. All right, so we don't have a motion on the table at the moment, but the floor is still open for any counselors who would like to comment. Mr. Harding.
Thank you. Just looking over the responses that we collected through Open City Hall, understanding that it's not a scientific survey and it's not statistically representative, but we had roughly, close to 90% support from the respondents, which is actually very similar to the level of support of actual voters who used these methods in both Vineyard and Payson 2 years ago. So those who actually used it were asked if they'd like to use it again, and it was around that 90%. So I think there seems to be pretty broad community support for participating in this program. I think we've resolved most of the questions about how it would be used. It would only be used in the primaries, and we go forward with the general election afterwards with the top two candidates coming out of the primary. I think the arguments for why it's a superior method to the current method, I think, have been made already. So I won't rehash those, but I guess I'm curious if those are the reasons why I'm supporting it, and I think it would be a great thing for Provo, for the county, the state, and ultimately the nation.
Thank you, Mr. Harding. Mr. Hanley.
So I apologize that my questions might convey my ignorance, but so Mr. Harding did just mention that one question that I had in my mind. So because it's not clearly stated in the motion, if we're making this, if we were to pass this, it would only apply to, does it need statement somewhere that it only applies to the primary?
No, and the reason it doesn't apply to the primaries, as I outlined in the memo,
It doesn't apply to the primary?
It applies to the primary. It doesn't apply to the general.
Yeah.
And part of the reason it now just that it applies to the primary is because the timing now is such, timing of any decision you make today is such that the city recorder has already started the process for the primary. And so we're looped into that cycle just by nature of the process she started.
Just to follow up on that, she was required by state law to file a statement by May 1st that said when the deadline for registering was. And the deadline for registering differs depending on whether you're having a primary or not. And if you adopt ranked choice voting and don't have a primary, she could not have known that by May 1st in order to state when the primary deadline for registration would be. So she had to publish by May 1st that the deadline for primary registration was the normal time period, which then requires the holding of a primary, which under ranked choice voting means that ranked choice voting would apply to the primary. So that decision was made as Director Strachan said by dint of state law and the timing.
So if we were to pass this, it would apply only to the primary, and would that be the case going forward for next year and up to 2026, is it?
I'm going to defer to Brian, but I would think that it applies only this year, that you would elect in every cycle.
Yeah, what the provision of state code provides is that the city recorder is the one who decides when it will apply. The election officer is the one who decides when it will apply. And so 2 years from now, next election, if we were participating in the pilot program, the city recorder would have the option to decide in which part of the election ranked choice voting applied.
Okay. All right. That's helpful. I'm comfortable seconding the motion. So I will do so if that wasn't clearly indicated.
Okay, we now have a second for the motion. Looking for other comments before we vote. Mr. Fillmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I readily acknowledge I'm intrigued by the purported benefits of ranked choice voting. The advocates make a good case that there are a lot of good things could come out of this. But my main concern, and the reason I was interested, was really a function of last year's Republican gubernatorial primary, where we had, a half dozen or more candidates, and essentially, if I remember right, it's 29% of those people who voted in the Republican primary basically elected our governor. And I thought that just didn't strike me as a good thing. And in fact, I'd written a long letter about my concern with that to some of our legislators, and had hoped that they would address that in the 2020 legislative session. They did not do that, and several have gotten back to me and said that they regretted that they didn't act. And maybe most people are okay with the ultimate result, but the method just struck me as less than ideal in a democracy. So the difference here is that we're dealing with a municipal election, which is by definition nonpartisan, right? And also we're only dealing with the pilot program. And my understanding is that the state law is such that this is an experiment. There's no guarantee that this will go on for future years. And I see where many cities have signed on to do this. And my basically conservative nature suggests to me that maybe it'd be best, more prudent, to simply wait and see what the results are with these other cities, many of whom are comparable to Provo in size and other demographics, and let the political scientists study the results of these other cities, and then see what the state decides to do in terms of converting a pilot project to something more permanent. Maybe that would save us money and whatever, but I'm kind of on the fence. I'm curious as to whether this doing ranked choice voting will be an extra expense for us. I'm also curious as to why, I'd like to better understand why the mayor opposes it, if somebody would speak up on the administrative side.
Let's see. I think
those are two questions.
All right.
Expense and administrative perspective.
Expense and administrative perspective. All right. I think Councillor Ellsworth had her hand up, and then it sounded like an invitation for the administration to comment after that.
Yeah, my comments are simple. I like the idea of ranked choice voting in partisan elections. I really like the idea of ranked choice voting in partisan elections. However, that doesn't fit Provo right now. We don't have partisan elections. So for me, it doesn't solve that problem. And this year, if we do implement ranked choice voting in the primaries, my understanding is that wouldn't necessarily save us any money. So why would we want to, I still don't see the overwhelming benefit of implementing a new voting process. It was also mentioned at one point that if we are trying this as an experiment and we could change to a different type of voting, which is a possibility, would we be confusing citizens if we go from one type to another type to another type year after year? So generally, it just doesn't seem like a great fit for Provo City right now. That may not be the case in a couple of years if we have partisan elections or if there is some other changing circumstance.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Ellsworth. Would the administration like to respond to Councilor Fillmore's invitation to comment?
So I'll just go ahead and defer to Wayne because since I'm in the election this year, I'm trying to really just hands off and stay out of it. But thank you.
Yes. Should be.
There we go. Okay. I guess I need to use the podium mic more often. I messed it up twice today. I think the general concerns of the administration have sort of focused around the fact that we have had a lot of change in election systems in recent years. You know, we've moved from all in-person voting to sort of a hybrid to now basically all by mail voting. There have been some challenges, I think, with our voters kind of getting used to that. We just went through a presidential election in which many voting irregularities were presumed, and we had some concern about how voters might respond to ranked choice voting, which is substantially different for them in an era when there is very high suspicion about election integrity. And so those have kind of been our principal concerns. I would echo Councilmember Ellsworth's concern that this, again, if you're thinking about it as a money saver, doing it in the primary does not save money. It's probably a reasonable time to experiment with ranked choice voting, to do it in the primary. The stakes are much less high than they would be in the general election. But I think from the administration's perspective, we're happy to defer to the council on whatever you decide to do this time. But those were, I think, the predominant concerns as we talked about them internally. Just this idea, one, it doesn't save money, and two, it may just not be good timing given the very high sense of voter distrust in the election process generally. And are we just fomenting that, or would a year of just returning to the basics of what we've done in the past avoid some of those potential conflicts? So those were our sentiments. But again, I think the formal administration position is we'll defer to the council's judgment on what you decide to do with ranked choice voting.
Oh, and Mr. Parker, I just remembered that Mr. Fillmore had two questions. You mentioned expense and you mentioned it won't save money. Do you perceive any additional expense from going that route?
No, well, other than just the education process, and it sort of depends on how aggressive we want to be with that. But I suspect this will, and again, I really want to believe that every voter in Provo is very well informed and researches the issues. My supposition from talking to lots of my neighbors who are really good people but are not sort of city government wonks is they will be really surprised when they get the ballot in the mail and see a ranked choice voting option. And I think, again, we could incur some additional expense maybe in the education effort. It's probably an expense worth bearing if you decide to move in this direction. But that would be the only thing I could think of that would potentially increase our cost.
Right. I will add, if I may, that the state has put aside a certain amount of money for cities to do the education effort that we would certainly want to access as well.
Yeah, we will. Now, again, the only thing I'm concerned about is we now have several large cities, including Sandy and Salt Lake City, who have opted to move forward with ranked choice voting. And so that education fund may be substantially diluted from what the state might have expected going into this year's second round of experimentation with municipal elections. So again, I don't know how much to count on that, I guess is the bottom line.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Parker. Looking for some more first comments from counselors. Let's see who's left. Mr. Hoban, Mr. Shipley.
I can make a quick comment, although my concerns kind of echo what's already been said by Councilors Fillmore and Ellsworth, and then some of the concerns that the administration raised as well echo those. So I don't know that I have something unique other than I sense there is momentum for ranked choice voting. So for people who are proponents of this system, I think there's good momentum within the state. I think if our administration is reluctant, I don't see a significant persuasive argument to push forward and try it when we're going to have good data, I think, coming out of this cycle, on whether or not this is something we should proceed with eventually. I also don't like the idea of it being a trial period. Just for me personally, and maybe this kind of echoes what Mr. Fillmore was saying, if this is a trial to then get to a better version of ranked choice voting or a better version of a voting method, thinking of my parents and my mother-in-law trying to figure this out and then having another change, shortly thereafter, I'm not comfortable that that's a great process for them to go through. So while I applaud that there's momentum behind this and that other cities are doing it and we can learn from their experience, I don't feel a great need for us to push forward with this, especially if the administration is reluctant to, I know they'll support it if we were to vote for it, but I think they've got reservations about implementation. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Shipley. Mr. Hoban?
Yeah, I think it kind of goes along the lines of what everyone else has said. I'm actually supportive of ranked choice voting. I've used it in several different elections for Utah Republican Party and Utah County Republican Party. And I do think it's, when done well and done right, it is really a nice way to vote. I just don't know about participating in this pilot. I'd like to see the results. I know that there's been some results for some elections that have been held through in municipalities, but my concern is just around wanting some broader feedback. But why, just get a feel for some of the other cities that will be doing it and what their results were and the feedback was. So I think for me, it's just about timing, and it maybe not the right time.
Thank you. Let's see. I think everyone else has commented besides me, so I'll throw out a few words. I've had a real mixed journey on this. I started as a very enthusiastic supporter of ranked choice voting, and I still see some advantages overall compared to our current method. I am leaning toward not supporting it this time for a couple of reasons. I think what put me over the edge is when I got introduced to star voting, which I think has all of the advantages of, or pretty much all of the advantages of ranked choice voting without the disadvantages. And so I wanted to echo some of the other comments that there might be a better method, even better method coming, and I'm reluctant to possibly change voting methods several times in a row. Kind of prefer to wait and see how the pilot program goes and assess it from there. The only other thing I wanted to mention specifically about ranked choice voting that kind of bothered me, it may be a little thing, but it's the quality of it's called monotonicity. There are certain cases, and I'm sure they don't happen very often, but with ranked choice voting, your candidate can actually lose if you vote for him when he would have won if you'd have stayed home and not voted. I'm sure that's very, very rare, but I almost didn't believe that that was the case until I walked through an example of how that can happen myself, just step by step. And so that kind of bothered me. And I think they're better, like I said, better voting methods that don't have that. And the other concern I had was results reporting. With ranked choice voting, if you have an election where you don't know the outcome for several days or weeks, it's kind of hard to report accurately how things are going because you don't really know until all the votes are in and you're able to do the runoff. Anyway, those are my concerns. Is there anyone that would like to make a second comment before we vote? Councilor Harding.
Thank you, Chair. So one thing to consider that the state has created this pilot project in part because they are, conservative in approaching this and want municipalities to try this out, particularly in nonpartisan elections, before potentially allowing it to expand or become permanent. And so the state legislators that I've spoken with are encouraging cities to participate. And if there is interest in the pilot, by participating in the pilot, we're expressing our interest in this kind of thing, and that makes it more likely to expand both to other types of elections, but also perhaps getting us the option of trying out different methods like star voting. And so I think by not participating, we're making it less likely overall that we will have access to those options, but specifically it lessens Provo City's ability to help shape the future of the pilot and the future of these methods. So I think actually, because it's a pilot, participating in it gives us a seat at the table and makes it more likely that we will have the option to use something like STAR in the future. I'm very curious. I'd love to hear if Councillor Ellsworth would be willing to share why she feels like it would be a good thing in partisan elections and doesn't see as much value in nonpartisan elections. I think there's been examples in Provo's nonpartisan elections in the past where concern over vote splitting has shaped the outcome, shaped the overall tone of the election. I appreciate what's been said about monotonacity and how in some rare cases something like that can happen. But if you look at this is kind of the vote splitting argument. If you look at the idea of if you vote for the person that you want most, you may very well be helping the person you like least be elected, and that's kind of at the heart of that vote splitting and the calculus that some voters have to do because of the way that plurality voting works, and that's something that happens, if not in every race, probably not in every race, but in about every election cycle. I think we could point to a race where voters are forced to try to be strategic, in order not to enable the candidate they like least getting elected. we talked a little bit about, wanting to do right by the people, maybe give them a break from some of the changes, and and kind of what's the persuasive argument. But I think, we reached out to the public in good faith, and I think in good faith the public responded, and 90% of them are in support of this. So to me, that's fairly persuasive, and to me, and I think we absolutely need to keep the voter in mind, but I think the voters are telling us that this is something that they would like to see. So I find that very persuasive. And so for those that are on the fence, I'd say, let's read through the comments that were left, and as Wayne said, it's the primary is probably, the ideal way to try this out. And what I heard him say is that the administration isn't taking a position on this anymore. They're deferring to the council, and so I think this is a great time to move forward, to be a part of the conversation and help direct this into the future.
Thank you. Councilor Ellsworth.
Yeah, I'll just respond to Mr. Harding's question. And thank you to Mr. Harding for investing so much time and energy into this topic. I will never profess to be an elections expert, but I know that he puts a lot of time into this. And he certainly helps me clarify my thoughts. I don't necessarily think that the only way or the only reason one should use ranked choice voting is in partisan elections. However, when I hear people in the community talk about the value of ranked choice voting, they are saying it in a response to, they're coming from a place that they don't like partisan elections. That's what I hear most frequently. And I'm not saying that's a perfect population sample in a statistical survey, but it's away from the party system in some way, or they want to have some more nuance than Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. So that's my understanding. And where Provo has a lot of nuance, I think we typically have nuance, and we don't have these hyper-partisan elections. I just don't see that as a remedy that works in Provo. Mr. Fillmore talked about last year's gubernatorial race. And that would have been really interesting to see how that would have worked out had we had ranked choice voting. That being said, that's at the state level. If Provo adopts it, how does that affect last year's gubernatorial race or the gubernatorial race in 2 or 3 years? It doesn't. So I'm just thinking about Provo, what's going to be best for Provo, in my opinion, in my experiences and the conversations I've had. I think the system that we have right now is intuitive. It works for people. And that's my position. Hopefully that answers your question.
Councilor Hanley.
Thank you. I didn't really express an opinion earlier. I just kind of asked a couple of questions, but I think I understand both sides of this. I'm pretty sympathetic to everything that's been said, actually. I think, however, seems to me that we've got a lot of public support for this. I think it's the burden of proof is really on the status quo to prove that it's the superior way to do things in elections, and I think there's been a lot of evidence that it's not. So I was especially interested in trying it for the primary, and since that's kind of what we're relegated to do in any case, it seems like a nice opportunity to give it a try. So I would support it for those reasons. I think it's even though it's not a partisan election, it sure feels partisan sometimes, and I think it shouldn't have to. And I think ranked choice voting gives me a little bit more confidence. I mean, no system's perfect, but I think it gives me a little more confidence that people will vote, that, the best reasons to vote for somebody will emerge over time as the force that puts them into office. And I think that's why I would support trying it this time.
Are there any additional second comments from councilors? If not, I guess we'll go to Councilor Ellsworth for a third.
This is more of a question. I think it's a question. I'm just curious what happens if we implement this hypothetically in our primary and then none of the races have more than 2 candidates. Or none of the races, or maybe one of the races has more than 2 candidates. So then some people are voting between 2 candidates in the general election, and there's one primary that's ranked choice voting. And is that a good way to kind of test our hypotheses? Is that a good way to pilot this? If there's one district that has 3 candidates and the other races have 2 candidates, I just don't know. We don't know. We can't know, but I'm just wondering what happens if there are no 3 candidate elections or races.
So the way I read the statute is, I guess too, from a legal and a practical perspective, if there are no races with more than 3 candidates, then it literally doesn't matter whether it applies to the primary or to the general election, because there is nothing for it to apply to. There are no votes to be reallocated after they are after a candidate is eliminated. If there is one or more races, but not all of the races that have 3 more candidates, as with a normal election, only the races where there are more than 2 candidates will hold a primary, and ranked choice voting would apply to those races during the primary. And then at the general election, ranked choice voting would not apply to any races.
And I understood that. I guess my broader question is that a productive pilot? If we don't have multiple 3 candidate races, is it a productive pilot? That's just a question I have broadly, not necessarily one for anyone in specific.
Okay, second comment from Councilor Fillmore.
Frankly, I'm really struggling. There's so many imponderables as we try to anticipate what could or could not happen. And everybody, particularly Councilor Harding, makes some very compelling arguments. I have one question I'd like to have an answer to, and that is ranked choice voting in a certain way voluntary? By that I mean, if we have ranked choice voting and you have 5 candidates, are you required on your ballot to rank all 5, or can you just vote for 1 or 2 under the existing pilot?
You have the option to rank as many candidates as you want to, whether that be 0 or 1 or 5.
Okay. That's what I thought. I just want to be sure.
Are there any other comments? If not, we'll call for the vote. Long-awaited vote here. All right, I think I'll go from the bottom of my list this time. Councilor Shipley?
No.
Councilor Hoban? Councilor Hoban, are you with us? We've called for the vote. Okay, we'll skip him for the moment and come back in just a moment. Councilor Fillmore?
No.
Councilor Ellsworth?
No.
Councilor Harding?
Yes.
Councilor Handley?
Yes.
Back to Councilor Hoban.
Sorry, no. I apologize.
Okay, and I, Dave Sewell, will vote no. All right, let's move on to, we've got a whole series of Planning Commission items, about 5, I think, something like that. And I believe that all of them are going to be presented by our management analyst, Melissa McNally. First one is item number 9, an ordinance amending Provo City Code Chapter 14.20B. Is Melissa ready? There she is.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm actually only doing the next 3 items. So our first is we're requesting an amendment to City Code Chapter 1420B, the Freeway Commercial Two zone, or the FC2 zone. Don, do I have control of the slides?
Yes, you do.
Okay,
Just use your arrow keys to go down.
Excellent. Thank you, John. They're not going. They don't want to go.
Just tell me advance and I'll do it for you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah. Will you just advance to the next one, please? Thank you. So I've included the portions of the text amendment where we're proposing the actual changes, and I'll just go through the major changes. The first is regarding building height and its proximity to the neighborhood. We are the maximum height is 15 stories or 150 feet, and that we understand that that's a lot of height. And that's simply in there to allow some flexibility for developers. The maximum height allowed within 100 feet of any single family property shall not exceed 4 stories or 48 feet. And then structures within 100 to 200 feet of single family property shall not exceed 6 stories or 72 feet in height. And then one of the other major changes was written specifically with property along Lakeview Parkway in mind. And this requires parcels that you can advance to the next slide, John. Okay, thank you. So this requires parcels that have frontage on Lakeview Parkway to have a 65-foot transitional setback from the property line of any parcel developed with single-family residential uses. And it also requires certain landscaping requirements to provide vertical screening to the abutting neighborhood. And it requires coordination with Parks and Recreation Department to incorporate existing and proposed trail systems in the area. And that's what I have for that item.
Are there any questions? And let's see, is this one on our agenda tonight?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you. Oh, Mr. Harding has a question.
Thank you. So I support the reuse of zones in different parts of the city. I think it's good to keep our numbers, number of zones down. And as we look to apply something that was, developed for one part of the city in mind, if it's going to be applied to a different part of the city, makes sense. There may be some tweaks necessary. I do have some just overall concerns about how, just that I want to make sure that we've really looked carefully at unintended consequences and make sure that we've, reviewed the whole section closely. I believe, and I think this actually gets to a conversation we had really brief earlier in this meeting where we talked about putting intent into our code. But I believe at the start of this section, there's quite a bit of intent and kind of context that is just narrative that's in there. And so it talks about how this zone is designed to be between the freeway commercial zone and downtown Provo. There's a lot there that I think if we're going to apply it to a different part of the city, we should go back and at the very least update some of that language. Beyond that, I think my biggest concern as I reviewed the staff report, as I reviewed the Planning Commission report of action, almost all of the consideration was, how well does this fit with these areas just off of University Avenue exit, where they're being proposed to be applied, and how does this impact the existing neighborhood that's there and whatnot. I didn't see, I'm not saying that it didn't occur, but I didn't see anywhere there was a consideration of how do these changes affect the currently zoned FC2 land. And I mean, to go from 3 stories to 15 stories on Center Street, and I don't know if setbacks and things like that will prevent or will limit things less than 15, but it seems at the very least we're opening it up from 3 stories to 4 stories at the very least, and perhaps that is okay. I just didn't see any analysis that said, this is something we considered and we feel, we're comfortable recommending that for the land that is currently zoned FC2. So that's where my concern is. And before I vote on that, I'd love to become more comfortable on that.
Are there any other questions? All right, let's move on to item number 10 then. An ordinance amending the general plan Southwest area future land use map designation. Turn it back to you, Melissa.
Okay, thank you. So we're proposing a general plan amendment to the Southwest future land use map. And this is to redesignate approximately 10 acres of property located around 1850 South and 500 West. And we would like to change it from LDR to just give you a little bit of history on this parcel. It was proposed as LDR to kind of provide a buffer between the neighborhood and that commercial zone. However, if you put LDR there, then it eliminates that buffer that's proposed. If you want to go to the next slide, John. So I visited this property to give you some visuals. There is a dike on the north end of that parcel. Abutting, you can see the rooftops of the neighborhood in the back. In that first picture is the dike, and then in the second photo, this is looking from the property line onto the dike, and you can see it's about 7 feet above those property lines. So anything that comes into that parcel of land has to be raised up that 7 feet, and that's to bring it out of the floodplain. So the neighborhood has expressed a strong desire to not have that zoned as LDR, as there's concern about people and houses looking down into their windows and into their backyards. So they've expressed a desire to not have LDR there and are supportive of this change. And that's all I have for that item.
Any questions? All right, let's.
I'm sorry, I actually do have a question.
Go ahead.
So, but wouldn't we have the same problem, excuse me, with commercial looking into people's properties, especially if the buildings are higher? I'm not sure I understand why this eliminates the problem.
Our intent is to change this or apply the FC2 zone to this parcel of property, which requires a 65-foot setback from that property line, and then the step backs for the building height. So the building has to, within 100 feet, can only be 4 stories.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Essentially, what we've done is created a landscape.
It's a little hard to hear. Sorry.
So essentially what we've done is created a landscaping buffer that would have been essentially that space of the LDR. So instead of instead of having a strip of LDR that would then create another situation of now the neighborhood is buffered from the commercial, but now it's right up against the LDR. We just eliminated, our proposal is to eliminate that and just have landscaping and then a step back requirement instead of that. So it creates more of a buffer to the residential area rather than decreasing it.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Seeing no other questions, we'll move on to item 11 then.
Mr. Chair,
Oh, yes, Mr. Harding.
if I may, I'd just like to maybe express just some thoughts that I'm mulling over just in case it helps staff prepare for the presentation tonight. I'm just, as I'm looking at this, we've had a lot of discussions over the past 6 months about that future land use map and we've been, asking, do these proposed projects and zoning changes, do they meet with the future land use map? Understanding we've had the conversation like, can we go above 4 units to acre in this project? And yes, we were told that we can, because if you look at the rest of the land use map, it all balances out. And so we're now talking about making a change to the future land use map. So is the city thinking that we're going to be picking up some density elsewhere in this area if we're eliminating that LDR? Also, from what I've been taught, just being on the council and listening to the planners, what I've been taught is that things like townhomes can be an effective buffer between commercial and single family detached uses. And so I'm just from the good planning principles that I've been taught by our planners, I look at this, I'm a little concerned that we're taking out what could be an effective buffer by having the single family attached between the commercial and the single family detached. And if we're looking at two different buffer types, and one provides more housing units, something that we've talked about that our city is in need of, we're trading out potentially, well, not affordable housing, but housing that's maybe more affordable to some segments. We're taking that out and we're replacing it with just landscaping. How well does that align with our other goals as a city? So that's what I'm grappling with when I'm considering how I will vote on this proposal.
Thank you. There are no other comments on that item. Then we'll move on to number 11. And back to you, Melissa.
Thank you. Okay, so we're requesting a zone change on 2 parcels of land consisting of approximately 75 acres at about 500 West and Lakeview Parkway. And we're requesting a change from the A120 zone to the Freeway Commercial Two zone, the FC2 zone. Do you want to go to the next slide, John? And this just shows that those 2 parcels that we're proposing. There are currently no specific development plans for this land. This is staff's proactive approach to zoning to let developers know what the city expects as far as development goes for this area. The neighborhood chair has expressed support and appreciation to staff for the efforts to rezone this while keeping the needs and the desires of the neighborhood in mind. There were a few comments on Open City Hall you're welcome to read, but overall this change to the FC2 zone has been received favorably by the neighborhood. And that's it for this item.
Councilor Ellsworth.
Yeah, I'm just curious what the property owner's opinion is, if they are receiving this zone change knowingly. Do they commented on it?
they are aware. Keith Morey is here and has been working, I believe, with the property owners, and he could speak to that. You want to hear, Keith?
The property owner is aware of the zone change and what we're proposing. But I don't know, they haven't actually given us any kind of a letter of support or anything like that.
Okay. I mean, it's certainly an up zone in terms of value for them.
Exactly.
But I just don't, I hate to go around or under or behind them.
No, we agree.
Councilor Hanley.
I'm curious to know if there's been any discussion with, some of the comments mentioned this is agricultural area that they were hoping would be preserved, but I don't know if that's, in the ongoing efforts of the Agricultural Commission, have they looked at this property? Have they looked at the possibility of a conservation easement arrangement if the owners had desire to want to preserve it? I mean, is this something that's just too financially attractive to turn down for the owners? Or, I know in some cases the owners really would prefer not to, but they don't feel like they have a financial alternative. And that's part of what the Agricultural Commission is looking at. So I'm just wondering if there's been any discussion about the desirability for this to remain open.
Okay. I'll let Keith speak to that again.
Yeah, we haven't had any kind of a conversation like that. I think it was my assumption for sure, and I think everybody's assumption, since the future land use map designated it as intended to be commercial, and seeing how it's one of the only interchanges we have in the city, that was what we consider the highest and best use for it. Of course, there is, a precedent in Utah for creating conservation easements. I think Sumner Swanner did that pretty effectively up in Park City. But I think that was kind of a different environment. And I think that there was a significant trade-off. The city had agreed to give him a significant density bonus on property adjacent to that for that land that he created the conservation easement on. And I guess that's a conversation that we could have. I think from the conversations that we had when Robert and I came to you before, I guess we thought we understood from you that you were supportive of this being commercial. But if that has shifted and you think that the highest and best use for that interchange is for it to remain agricultural, we could definitely have that discussion.
If I could just clarify, yeah, I'm not necessarily saying that I feel strongly it should be, but I just wondered if that conversation had happened. We have had this conversation in Provo, and it has happened that owners have put their properties into conservation easements instead of developing them. And I don't know, I just am always curious to know whether or not those two efforts, the efforts to sort of plan and develop the west side and the efforts to preserve agriculture on the west side, are working at cross purposes, or whether we're coordinating well enough so that we're not stepping on toes. If this is something that we agree is the best use of this land because of its location, and I'm inclined to agree with that, as long as the owners know that there are options there, and that the Agricultural Commission has at least had some conversation about this particular piece. I don't know, maybe because of the plan, they haven't focused on this at all. That's why I was asking if they've, because there could have been some side conversations going on that I wasn't aware of.
No, and I don't know that there has been, Councilman. I don't think that land has particularly been in productive agricultural use. I think it's zoned as agricultural, but I don't think it's been productive. I don't think there's been cattle on it, or it's been farmed or planted for I don't know how long. But I guess in my mind, when I'm thinking about appropriate long-term agricultural use, I'm thinking of property that's probably a little farther away from a freeway interchange, and not necessarily this particular piece.
Got it. Thank you. Very helpful.
Councilor Ellsworth.
I was just going to respond to that and say, I go out there frequently, usually once a week or more, and I'm walking in that area or running in that area. And it's not used for productive agriculture right now. There's just these big mounds of like timbers that they're going to burn, I suppose, at some point. It's not productive, utilized agriculture, despite it being zoned as agriculture. And this is really a once in a lifetime opportunity for the city to finally take advantage of sales tax and retail and commercial development at one of our awkward interchanges. I just don't ever want to let this go. This is in my district, and I just think that we would be fools to not promote some kind of commercial development at this interchange.
Councillor Fillmore.
Well, I have to say that Councilor Ellsworth stole my thunder. I concur 100% in this. From an economic development committee perspective, this is prime territory. If we're talking about highest best use, just right off the freeway exchange, this has got to be commercial. I applaud the staff for taking the initiative on this. It really is. There's no agriculture. It's semi-swamp. No one's going to farm that. And from a scenic perspective, it's probably one of the least desirable areas in the city. I just don't see any reason not to rezone it to commercial right off the freeway. We need jobs, we need tax revenue, and this can also be another catalyst to the southwest part of the city's overall development.
Thank you, Councillor Harding.
I just wanted to add a little context from the committee that developed the West Provo development prior policies is that pretty much all of the land south of the Lakeview Parkway is not for residential or commercial development. This is the one exception because of its location next to the freeway. So all of that the rest of that land will pretty much remain open space, but except for this because of the location.
Thank you. I'll just say I think this is a good example of a case where pre-zoning would be beneficial to send the right signals of what we want. If no one else has comments on this, we'll move on to item number 12. And that is an ordinance amending the zone map classification of about 0.23 acres of real property, generally located at 734 West, 300 South, from residential R16A to LDR. And this is to be presented by Dustin Wright.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, but speak up.
Okay. So yeah, this item is one where the applicant is requesting a zone change to be able to subdivide a single family lot into two lots. Both will be single family residential detached lots. The existing home will remain. The new lot will be able to have a new home built on it with this rezone. Staff has reviewed the application and finds that it would be able to meet the requirements of the low density residential, the LDR zone. And that, let's see, so the Planning Commission reviewed it in their last meeting and forwarded a positive recommendation to the City Council to approve the rezone. The neighborhood plan, the general plan calls for residential. The neighborhood plan doesn't show a different change since that wasn't one of the RC zones. So staff feels that it would be an appropriate infill use of this site. And if you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to kind of go over those with you.
Any questions for Mr. Wright? Mr. Harding.
Thank you. I'm struggling with this one a little bit. Let me just kind of walk through what I'm thinking, and perhaps that will help. If you want to prepare or if you want to respond now. But generally, I'm okay with what is being proposed, and so maybe that's how but I guess what I'm struggling with, in part, I've been talking with staff before. We've talked about the importance of following the plans and and staying consistent. And if we want to make changes, go through the proper process. You talked about the Franklin Neighborhood Plan, and this is one of the more recently passed plans. And I think you said something along the lines of that this was not indicated for a change, which to me says that a change would be against the plan. It would align with the LDR zone, but LDR is not envisioned for this area. VLDR would be closer, but it doesn't meet VLDR. It is zoned, it has been, R16. Everything else around it is R16. And so we're talking about going from conforming R16 and then rezoning. And again, just planners have told me over the years, we try to avoid spot zoning, and this sure looks like spot zoning to me, where we've got R16 all around it, and then LDR on this single property that doesn't even look like it's one of the larger properties in the area, and we're going to split it and create a lot that's 4,000 square feet. So again, I'm not too concerned. I think it's reasonable infill development. It just seems like the process is wrong. If this is really what kind of infill development we want to facilitate in this part of Provo, we should amend the neighborhood plan, and we should have neighbor input, and I don't know, that's what I'm struggling with, is it doesn't seem to me consistent with the plan. So I guess I disagree with some of the staff analysis on that, unless I misunderstood what the staff analysis is. So that's what I'm struggling with. I wish these all of these land use questions, I wish they were easy, like definite yeses or definite nos. But to me, each of them, I'm kind of torn on. So that's what I'm thinking on that.
Yeah, I guess in response to that, I'd just say I think the Franklin Neighborhood Plan, I looked at it, the areas that are in the RC zone are the ones that are being proposed to have a change, whereas in the areas where the RC zone isn't, it just says no change. I don't think that necessarily says there shouldn't be a change. I think, like you said, the R16, it's a single family residential zone. Changing it to LDR, it still maintains that same land use, just on a smaller sized lot. And so the other thing, when I looked at it, as far as like density goes, in the R16A zone, which is currently zoned, you can have an accessory apartment. So essentially 2 families living on that same parcel. In the LDR zone, you can't have an accessory apartment. So with it split into 2 lots, you'd have 2 single family homes, which I think aligns more with the goals of the neighborhood to have, owner occupancy and things like that. I think this provides that opportunity in a similar way, I guess, that the accessory apartment overlay zone does as well. In this scenario, though, it gives the opportunity for both homes to be owner occupied, or both could be rented. Can't really control that, but at least it provides that opportunity on a small, 1 lot thing. I think if we were coming in or the applicant was proposing to rezone the whole block to LDR, then I think that would be appropriate to revisit the neighborhood plan and go through that process to amend that map if we were looking to do a large block or a whole street face or something like that. Whereas in this case, it felt like, being 1 lot that still fits within the character of both the general plan and I think the neighborhood plan as well. That's kind of where we were looking at it, but I understand where you're coming from as well.
Mr. Harding, I can't remember if I lowered your hand or if you raised it again.
I just wanted to respond to that, if I may.
Sure.
Thanks. I appreciate those thoughts. And as you were talking about, how particularly as we've updated our ADU ordinance, a detached accessory dwelling unit could be built there. And so that got me thinking, okay, well then why not go that direction? And you talked about how, and if that was what was built, if an ADU was built rather than splitting the lot and having two properties there, you have the potential for two owner-occupied homes if we split it and make it LDR. But we also, both of them could turn into rentals, whereas if it was just an exterior ADU, then theoretically at least one of those units would have to be owner occupied. So anyway, good food for thought. Thank you for the response.
If there are no further questions or comments, we'll thank you, Mr. Wright, and move on to our last item. Item number 13, an ordinance amending Provo City Code regarding conditional uses in the Freeway Commercial 1 zone. And this item is to be presented by Aaron Ardmore.
All right, thank you. So this is a proposed text amendment that's on your agenda tonight. It's just a one page. Let me see if I can control this. There it is. Just a one page here. It would be adding this into the conditional use list of the Freeway Commercial Zone. It'd be a new addition to that list of conditional uses. So the first line there is what the applicant had proposed. The second line is what was recommended for approval from the Planning Commission. It's what the staff had amended based on Brian Jones's recommendations and staff review. So just drug cannabis production only, and only when established as an ancillary and adjacent to a cannabis distribution facility in the Freeway Commercial 1 zone. So that's what's going to be in front of you tonight. I believe there's going to be two representatives of the applicant there tonight as well for questions. But if you had anything for me for tonight or right now that I could respond to, just let me know.
Councilor Fillmore.
Just by way of background information, do we have cannabis production facilities or cannabis establishments?
There's one cannabis distribution facility in the Freeway Commercial Zone currently on Draper Lane.
Okay, I mean, right now we don't have production or.
There is not a production facility in that zone.
Okay, is the city staff taking a position on this?
Yeah, city staff has recommended approval of this addition of a conditional use in the Freeway Commercial Zone.
And what exactly is the motivation for the recommendation?
We feel that with this being an added conditional use in the Freeway Commercial Zone. So right now there's distribution as a use is permitted in the A110 and in the Freeway Commercial Zone. Production, ancillary to that and adjacent to that would make sense as kind of a streamlined and it just makes a business sense decision. In those areas, it makes economic development sense from staff's point of view. On this particular one, it would be back of store. This particular business has shown cleanly run, positive influence on Draper Lane. And with this coming in as a conditional use in the FC1 zone rather than permitted by right, if there were more applicants in the future, this would come in as a conditional use where staff reviews these one by one. There's a public hearing on these one by one. So if there's any potential risks to health or safety, general welfare, we can address those with conditions that would mitigate any reasonable concerns. So for those conditions, for kind of the economic impact, for property values, things of those nature, staff is recommending a positive recommendation on this one.
So you're saying that the motivation is strictly economic. You think this will actually enhance property values in the vicinity?
That's correct.
When we talk about production establishments, what are you talking about? You're talking about refining cannabis or farming cannabis?
Refining, not growing. Growing is a different use.
Okay, well, you've answered my question. Thank you.
Councillor Ellsworth.
Yeah, I remember discussions a year ago, 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago about getting away from conditional use permits. Is that something the staff and administration is still trying to do?
Generally, yes.
And we're making an exception here because?
Because of the, how do I put this gently? The applicant understands the political nature and environment that they're coming into, and understand that there's going to be some concern with this use. There's going to be concern with privacy, security, things of that nature whenever a business wants to come in with this use. So bringing it in as a conditional use is a safer route to pursue, whether those conditions are increased lighting, fencing, whatever those things may be, particular to the case and the property. I think was maybe the goal. The applicant might be able to better address that question tonight, but I think that was the motivation.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong about this, Aaron. My recollection is that when the state law was passed allowing cannabis production, growing, sales, etc., under the limited program that allows it, that cities were actually required to allow this use at somewhere in the city. I believe the condition was that if the use isn't, if you don't choose a zone to allow the use in, or sorry, an industrial zone to allow the use in, then it must be allowed in all industrial zones. And so the city responded to that by allowing it as a permitted use in the freeway industrial zone. And so I'm guessing, haven't been too much of the part of the conversation about this, but I'm guessing that the decision to expand it from outside of the freeway industrial zone, but have it only be a conditional use permit here, was because of this specific applicant and the specific business that was already in play, and seen as the way to expand it, the minimal amount that would be permitted to expand it while still allowing that business applicant's proposal to go forward. Would that be accurate?
Not exactly. So you're talking about distribution. So when the state came in and said medical marijuana needs to be allowed in your city, you need to find places to allow it, or you're going to have to allow it essentially everywhere, basically, is what the state came down as, right, Bill? We came in and said, we are going to permit the distribution facilities in Freeway Commercial 1 zone and the A110 zone. So that helped the city kind of limit it to those two zones.
A110 was where it's the growing, right?
Is that correct? That's correct.
Okay.
The state legislation opened the door much wider than that. And cities had the cities were given the opportunity to adopt legislation to do something less than that, more narrow than what the state allowed. So that's what we did.
Right. And that's why, but I thought it applied to the same use because 1427A020 lists this exact same use as a permitted use, 2830 cannabis production only. And my quick review of the code looked like the other places where we put in 2830 says except cannabis production, which is why I thought we were previously attempting to limit it, this particular use only to freeway industrial. Is that inaccurate?
I don't recall production being part of that. I thought we were talking about, in the past, I thought we had talked about distribution being in the freeway commercial. And that's why this applicant had to come in with this amendment. So the current distribution facility on Draper Lane, it has a business license under the land use code 5910, which is a kind of a drug distribution land use code.
Right. And well, isn't this the business that their business license is actually for hemp processing instead of for cannabis production?
No, this is Deseret Wellness.
Oh,
that's a different building you're thinking of, Brian. You muted yourself.
Yeah, I'm thinking of a different one. Thanks.
No problem. So,
Brian, can you make it clear? Does state law mandate a distribution facility only, or does it mandate production as well?
Well, my understanding, and I'm trying to remember this because I think there's three categories, and Aaron and Bill may know this better than me, but I think there's distribution, production, and which is refining, and then there's, I don't know what they called it, growth. I don't know what cultivation. That's right. I think my recollection is there's cultivation, production, and distribution. And I thought what they had said was, if you have a zone that has a smoke shop in it, you have to allow a distribution facility in it. And if you have a zone, and you must allow it in you must allow production in at least one industrial zone. And if you don't specify which one it is, it's automatically allowed in all of them. And you must allow cultivation in one agricultural zone. And if you don't specify which one it is, it's automatically allowed in all of them. That was my recollection, but I'd have to go back and look at the statute.
So with respect to each of those three categories, have we designated a zone so that it is restricted?
Yes.
Yes. So the A110 in Provo City is our cultivation.
And we did the A110 because that's the smallest agricultural zone we have.
Okay.
It's less acres than the other agricultural zones.
The Freeway Commercial 1 is our distribution. And now this applicant is proposing that the Freeway Commercial 1 can also be, to a limited degree, production as well, with the limits that you see in front of you.
We did that on purpose to keep it smaller than the distribution facility. We didn't want somebody to come in with an enormous production building.
So we have kind of engaged in minimum compliance with the state mandates.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Harding.
Kind of a follow-up question with that line of discussion. Outside of this current proposal, is there anywhere in Provo City where production is allowed?
We're being challenged on one, the one that Brian was thinking of. We're being challenged on one down in Mountain Vista. We have refused their approval to produce there, and they're challenging us to the Board of Adjustment.
Okay. And I can take these answers this evening if necessary, but other than where we're being challenged on, we have not, because it sounds like as I think as Mr. Fillmore just called it, minimal compliance. We wanted to be minimally compliant with, do the, what the minimum of what was necessary to be compliant with the state law. So we needed one distribution, and we did Freeway Commercial 1. We needed one cultivation, so we did A110. Did we need to do a production, and did we define a zone in which production is allowed?
I'm looking right now at 1427A Freeway Industrial, and it lists cannabis production as a permitted use.
Okay, so that was what that was.
And Freeway Industrial is not Freeway Commercial. Where is Freeway Industrial currently applied?
Freeway Industrial is between 820 North and the northern border of our city, between the railroad tracks and I-15.
Again, it's a very small industrial zone.
Okay. That very helpful. Thank you for that. And so,
thank you, Brian.
Okay, perfect. That's very helpful to understand. So we have achieved minimal compliance, and now we have a request from a current business in Provo asking us to increase the allowance for cannabis production by allowing it as a conditional use in another zone where we currently have distribution allowed.
Right, where it's smaller than the actual distribution facility or building.
Okay. We talked earlier that this is a conditional application. I appreciated Councilor Ellsworth's questions about conditional uses and versus permitted uses, and I feel like I've been fairly involved in some of those discussions over the years. And I think we have done a lot of cleanup on and are in a much better position with our conditional uses. It was mentioned earlier, because it's a conditional use, someone would need to apply. It would be looked at on a case-by-case basis. There would be a public hearing. But my understanding of conditional uses is that there's not really, we can judge whether or not it meets those conditions. It's not, though, it's not like it's a public hearing, but it's not necessarily one where if the neighbors are against it, it doesn't happen. If they meet those conditions that are specified in the conditional use, it has to be allowed. Is that a correct characterization?
Yes, that's correct. The only way we can deny a conditional use permit is if there's some impact it's creating, and we just can't think of a way to mitigate that impact. Which is hard to do. I mean, it's so typically it's hard to deny a conditional use request.
Okay. Thank you, Bill.
Now, having said that, please do take note of the fact that this is drafted so that there are automatically conditions on the permit besides just the mere use before they even apply, in the sense that it doesn't open this up to be a conditional use anywhere in the zone. It's only a conditional use if it's ancillary and adjacent to an authorized distribution facility.
Yeah. But we are making this a more attractive option for someone who wants to do both, because they can do it all in one location rather than having to be in separate zones in the city. So this is making it more attractive. I guess I'll just throw this out. One of the concerns that I'm just considering is there's kind of been a progress, and you can see kind of the march of this progress across the United States, and it's uneven and sporadic, but often places where medical marijuana becomes legal, often that expands and then to the point where we've seen recreational marijuana allowed in a lot of areas. So I do worry that we may, if we become an attractive hub for some of these things, future changes might make it hard. Anyway, I would hate to make a decision here that we will regret in the future because we've opened ourselves up more to some of these things. Thanks.
All right, if there's no further questions and comments, we'll be talking about this again tonight, I believe. And that will conclude our work meeting. And looking for a motion, or Brian, wait, Cliff has a comment first.
When you go there, though, we'll want to start about 4:30.
Okay. Brian, do you have a word on the closed meeting for us?
Yes, we do have one item to discuss in closed session, and it has to do with reasonably imminent litigation strategy session. So therefore, it's appropriate to close the meeting for that.
Okay, I'll look for a motion to close the meeting. Motion by Mr. Handley. Is there a second? Second by Councilor Ellsworth. I'll call for a vote. Councilor Fillmore,
Yes.
Councilor Harding,
Yes.
Councilor Handley,
Yes.
Councilor Ellsworth,
Yes.
Councilor Hoban,
Yes.
Councilor Shipley,
Yes.
and I, Dave Sewell, will vote yes as well. So I'm informed by staff that they would like us to be ready at 4:30. Those who are in the building are welcome to go to the council conference room, or you can join us. Is it on Zoom or Teams? It's on Zoom, or you can join us on Zoom. And of course, if you're not here, we'll see you on Zoom.